You have a compound fracture of the tibia in both legs, and the fibula in the right leg is fractured too. There is nothing to worry about. You're going to be just fine.
Here's the dunnits.
You died.
Be careful.
I'm your #1 fan.
And where are they all going? It's not where they're going that worries me. It's where are they running away from?
Nothing leaves a hitchhiker. That's been our greatest fear.
How could you?
You're not Jones.
The idea of slaughtering Americans.
I don't want her dead! I want her!
Evil slips through.
I'll show you things you wish you'd never seen.
Nobody knows you're here. I know you've been out. Don't even think about anybody coming for you, because I never call them.
Yes, y'all, it's going down right now. Episode 276 of the 22 Shots of Moodz and Horror podcast is coming at you live and direct with the Mexicant, also known as JP. And of course, we got Mr. Saucedo, also known as Tyler, in the house. And I'll be your host, as per usual, the Toxic Offender, Moodz. Yeah. What's going on, dudes?
Yo.
You see what I did there?
Did you say 22 shots?
I did that just to fuck with everybody.
Oh, okay.
Dude, so I was talking to my buddy who listens to the show, and he says you're an idiot.
Who, me or him?
You. He says you're an idiot. He's like, how in the fuck did JP not notice that you were saying triple shots? He's like, I
did know. I know, like, let me try to explain this. I knew you were saying it. I just never really like thought deeply, like, oh, he's saying a different name this entire time.
Yeah,
like,
I can hear
in the
you
moment. I knew you were
too.
saying it, but I just wasn't like, I didn't think deeply about the. You've literally been saying only that.
Right.
Yeah, it never registered to me.
It has been a long time. Like I've been doing that for a while. Like I couldn't even tell you how far back in the vault it probably goes, but I just thought it was kind of funny to say 22 shots on this one.
Well, it is our name, so we should probably say it every once in a while.
I guess,
even if it's, it would be hard to actually fully change our name. I think at this point,
yeah, it'd be like changing your real name. Like, you know how many things you have to change? Like doing a name change in real life has got to be the most brutal thing you could ever do to yourself, because there's so much shit you got to go through. Fuck that. And this isn't even half as bad. So, but I mean, there would still be a ton of shit, but like, why would you change the brand? Right? It doesn't make sense.
I could think of one reason.
I mean, it's like a band. It's like a band. Like how many bands, you know, really popular bands change their name because somebody left or somebody died or this and that. You got to change. Band members come and go all the time, man. The name of the brand usually stays the same.
Right. Always the drummer.
Yeah.
Yeah. I actually just listened to Derek. Forget his last name, but he's the lead singer of Sum 41.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Good old Canadian band.
Wembley, I love them.
Yeah.
I listened to his audiobook the other day. The other couple days, you know, but listen to the whole thing. It's so I love hearing like industry stuff like that is like sort of opens up about how bullshit the industry is. Mm-hmm. But his you know, he talks about like them basically people leaving the band and stuff like that, and obviously they kept Sum 41 because you know that's the name.
They had like 3 core members till the end though. They held together pretty long for as long as it was.
I always thought they were a trio. Maybe they were
a foursome, and I think by the time they were done, they were a 5-some. And I know one of their core members like left early, and he came back later on.
Yes, that the Matt.
Dave, I think it's Dave. They called him Brown Sound when they started.
It's funny, man. You guys know more about Sum 41 than I do, and they're Canadian.
That's like our generation. Like they got big. Like
I remember when Sum 41 was really hit, man. It was like, I guess it would have been probably 99, 2000s when they dropped their first record. Was it all Killer No Filler?
Yeah,
that was their first record.
No, their first record was like Half Hour Power. It came out like right before that. But
All Killer No Filler was the one that they took off.
That's where they blew up.
Yeah, and that album, actually, the title actually said what it was, because that album actually was really good from top to bottom. Like, I actually own that Sum 41 album. I could pull it out right now. It's the only Sum 41 album I actually have, but I actually really liked them when they came out. I was like, wow, this is fucking dope, man. Pretty good. So
yeah, I mean, I'm a big pop punk guy in general, you know, even though like they're probably their most popular stuff from that album was the pop punk stuff, but I've always just liked pop punk in general. But Sum 41's a cool band, and they you know, the book was really good. That's good. Yeah. I always love reading or, you know, learning about industry stuff with band members, and there's always cool stories. Like, everyone's always got some really unique and cool stories. But that dude alleges that his manager was basically like grooming him and basically sexually you know, manipulating him from a pretty young age, not underage, but basically abused him for a while, which is just wild. I've actually heard that. The way he tells it, like, the story is pretty interesting. But the band, his manager was from another like Canadian band who was like an older dude who, you know, had some success in a band or whatever, and then became his manager when he met him at like a show or something. But that's usually how it happens. I remember hearing about that with the lead singer, and I was like, oh damn, another fucking industry pedophile story. You know, it just never fucking ends. Yeah, well, technically not a pedophile, but still, it could have probably ended up in that territory, kind of thing. Yeah, I mean, I guess if he wasn't underage, but yeah, whatever. Exactly, but still, I'd let around kids. Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you're doing that shit, you're definitely got pedophile. You definitely got those vibes about you. So, but yeah, it was pretty interesting book. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool.
Talk about Avril at all in it.
Yeah, it actually does, because I totally forgot about the fact that they got married. Yeah.
I was actually just talking about her the other day. I saw a picture of her, and it was a picture from from 2000 and 2024. Ageless. I'm like, she doesn't fucking age. I'm like, that was 24 years apart, and she looks identical. I was like, what the fuck? That's crazy. So yeah, good for her, man. Yeah. But yeah, he talked a good bit about her, you know, and his alcoholism, which I never really knew about. So
yeah, I know it got bad for a while. I was really real bad.
Isn't that what
I was really into shows? They almost did. They kind of like had a hiatus, but they had like a lot of issues. But there was like a summer he kind of got clean and like came back together. That was like the big comeback summer, and that was probably like the peak of me like really being into shows and going to like a lot of concerts in my mid-20s. And that was I saw them like 2 or 3 times during that stretch, and that was something you like would talk about on stage. Yeah. I remember Carly seeing them a while back too. Probably around the same time you're talking about, actually. It would have been like 2016. Yeah. Sounds about right. I saw them play at Arts County Fair one time in Vancouver, which is pretty cool. It's like it's just a big music festival, like at a college. And like there would always be like tons of different acts. Like you would have, you know, Bad Religion would be playing, and you'd have Swollen Members, you'd have Sum 41, you'd have like, it was like a mismatch of like a hodgepodge of groups and different genres of music and stuff. Pretty cool though. One of my favorite parts of the book, and it's probably like this as well, he tells a story of like, he obviously talks about some of the people that he met in the industry, like that were legends, like by the time that he got into the industry, you know, like the first time meeting, you know, fucking Iggy Pop or something. And one person he talks about that he met that really influenced his like thought process for years, and he even brings the quote up like several times throughout the book,
is Ice-T. And he's like, he said when he met Ice-T, Ice-T was like, man, I really love what you guys are doing. I love your sound and stuff like that, which I totally believe because Ice-T is like a total, like, just fan of all kind of shit.
Well, he's got his band Body Count, and at this point, Body Count would have had 3 albums out. Like they've got the number 2 metal album right now with the new Body Count record. It's crazy.
Right. So he told him like he's like, here's a little bit of advice. He's like the only thing harder than being the Mac is staying the Mac.
Yeah.
And, like Derek literally used that quote throughout like the entire book. Like whenever something comes up like in the book, he's like that. Then I thought of what Ice-T told me. The only thing harder than being the Mac is staying the Mac or becoming the Mac or whatever.
Well, Ice-T has like always had such a clear outlook on life though, because like, you know, if you read his book, which is really crazy, like, you know, he can tell the stories now, but like he was a fucking bona fide hustler. He was they used to like rob the shit out of stuff, right? And he was super organized.
Yeah.
But like Ice-T he was always the leader because he was always the clear-headed one. He didn't drink, he didn't do drugs and stuff. He always kept everything straight lined, right? And he's had that his whole life. Like he's a
very smart dude. Like he's
very
calculated,
smart. Very calculated,
super good businessman. And one thing that I really like about Ice-T too is he always seems to have like a good mentor type of vibe to him to like younger musicians. And
he's always
like
trying to help out people, man. He's always trying to help out people, like, you know, whether it be music or in acting or whatever it may be. But he's always working with people. He's always, you know, trying to support them. And so like, he's always doing shit, man. He's always quoting stuff. Like, yeah, he's a true mentor, man. He's pretty interesting, man. That guy just flies everywhere, you know? Like,
yeah, and like we saw that thing the other day where he's talking about movies. He's talking about like martyrs and shit. It's like, yo, that's fucking cool. Man.
Yeah, well, that's the thing that a lot of people didn't know about. Like, you think of Ice-T as like, you know, the rapper actor, but you know, he's a huge horror film fan. Like he dives into tons of stuff, man. It's pretty crazy. Like he knows his shit, dude. It's crazy. But like when you're talking about those type of movies, like those aren't like, you know, your surface and entry level type movies, man. I wouldn't say they're the deepest of cuts, but the average person isn't mentioning martyrs.
Right. They're not like top of the iceberg.
So like he knows what he's talking about, man. So yeah, mad props, man. Like I always tell the story, like back in the day, I remember him hosting an episode of the Canadian Rap City. And he's the only guy ever to host Rap City and play a metal song. He played Slayer's Rain and Blood on Rap City because he's such a huge Slayer fan, right?
Yeah, I remember one of the first like times I remember hearing him like talk was I think on Monster Vision back in the 90s with Joe Bob, where he came on to talk about Surviving the Game, which I'm a massive fan of.
Yeah, that's a good movie.
Yeah, I love Surviving the Game. That's like my shit. But another thing I wanted to mention in the intro here. So for my gamer bros out there, which I know you guys don't really game, right, Tyler? You don't game, dude.
I'm cool. I'm cool. I'm not a dork.
Well, Tyler's way bigger dork than me.
I'm just
tabletop games.
I'm the tabletopper.
Playing cards and shit is like one step further. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. But the new remaster of it's horror relevant. The Thing. So back in 2003 on the PS2, they made a Thing game, and I bought it back then. I actually still have a copy of it, just like right next to me.
Did you really buy it? Fuck, I never even played it. I remember when it came out.
Oh yeah, I bought it on PS2.
I never even played it. Yeah.
Yeah, and I loved it back then. It was basically like a survival horror type, like Resident Evil game. But the cool thing about it is it also acts as like a sequel to The Thing. Like it starts with a rescue team showing up at the American base at the end of the, you know, that we see at the end of The Thing in the movie. So you basically like show up there and you're looking to see what happened and stuff. And you're finding these messages that like McReady left or whatever. And then you end up going to the Norwegian site as well. And then most of the game takes place at that site. But they did a remaster out of fucking nowhere. Like I never thought they would remaster that game, because sometimes when you're dealing with like IPs like that, there usually was like some rights thing that existed at that time, and then it would cost so much to like renew those type of rights to like do some sort of remaster, and then it's like wasn't even that popular of a game, so would it even like sell anyway? So I was like surprised they did a remaster of it, but it came out this week, and I decided to just buy it on the Switch just because of the portability, even though the it's not the ideal copy of the game to play because it's like lesser quality. But it is trip down memory lane, I'll tell you that. It is wild, man. Like I still remember like parts of that game, and it has a cool system too. Like you have a squad, and like you can like give them weapons to, and like that, like if you like see horrific shit, their like fear level goes up, and then they don't trust you if you don't like manage that properly.
Oh, that's cool. There was a GameCube game I used to like that had like a similar like status thing like that.
Yeah, but it's basically just like a shooter, actiony horror type game. Not a lot of puzzles. There is like some stuff like minor puzzles, but it's kind of similar to like a Resident Evil type thing, but got great atmosphere because it's set in the Arctic, and it's just there's like stuff from the movie in there. Like
How's the actual story in the game like for the sequel?
So
like
it's good. It's good and stupid at the same time. Like the good part is like just following the events of the first thing and like piecing together some of that stuff.
Mhm.
And like I said, going to
Does it add anything cool like what like a sequel should do?
Not really, because a lot of the like way that the story goes is like typical like government bullshit where they're like trying to weaponize the thing. So it's kind of standard, but there was one part that I totally forgot about. And that is that John Carpenter actually plays a character in the game. Like it's modeled after him. So it's like,
does John Carpenter do music for the video game?
I think I'm pretty sure that he was involved in that game.
Because that just happens to be one of the films that he didn't do the score for. So I thought maybe do the music for the video game.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he does do anything like specific, but I'm pretty sure he was involved in that game back in the day, like the 2003 version. But yeah, I've always thought it was a underrated little game there, and
did it do well when it came out? Like,
I don't think it did, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, I don't remember people talking about it, or
I remember it coming out, but like I just never. Honestly, if I hadn't known that it was a sequel in narrative to like the movie, I probably would have tried it, at least give it a little bit of dues. But I didn't know that, and I mean that was a weird time period. Like I was still playing games, but I wasn't diehard with that shit, so I wasn't going to go out of my way. Plus, in 2003, I had not a fucking dollar.
Yeah, I guess it was a commercial success, selling over 1 million units.
Wow.
So, yeah, but it had actually a sequel planned that they ended up dropping. But yeah, I thought it was a really fun game. So if you've never played it, dude, and it's a single player story game too. So like, I know a lot of the more older listeners don't fuck with multiplayer games. They're like single player game type dudes. And most of the horror games that come out now, like Texas Chainsaw Massacre that came out last year, and Friday the 13th, and I think the Killer Clowns game that's coming out, they're all like multiplayer games, like multiplayer only, essentially.
Are they like online games?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of people don't like that type of stuff. So this is a actual like single player game. It's pretty fun. I probably almost think I'm close to beating it from my memory. It's not that long of a game, but I've been playing that in between watching movies, which I kind of I watched a good bit of movies this week.
Yeah, what'd you watch?
Hard too.
We want to talk about stuff we watched. All right. Okay, so some of the stuff that I watched here. I watched VHS Beyond, which I dude, I can't even remember. Like they all blend together outside of 1 and 2 and 3. So like the later 3 sequels are just like a blur of all kind of stuff in my head.
Mhm.
But I this one I thought the first segment was pretty decent. And then which segment did you like, Moodz?
The skydiving one, whatever one that one's called.
Yeah, I like that one as well.
Like the second one was that the Indian story one? With the dancer and shit.
I can't remember which one that was.
I like half of that story. Like I thought there was parts of it that was pretty good.
Yeah, I think that is the second one. Yeah, that is the second one. Yeah, that one was all right. I like the first one just because of how weird it was with like the monster and stuff, and I just thought it was kind of cool.
Mhm.
The police body cam things and stuff. But yeah, I thought it was all right. You know, not as good as maybe the last 2 or so. But yeah, it was decent. I think I gave it like a 7. And then watched All Through the House as well. What I did this week is I went 2024 Christmas movie, 2024 Christmas movie. It just went back and forth like that.
Dude, I think that All Through the House is such a criminally underrated indie fucking Christmas slasher film.
I know. I got a screener of that back in the day, like when it came out.
Like it's legit gory as fuck too. Like there's good kills in it, and like I fucking always have fun with it, dude. I watch it, you know, predominantly every year for like last 6 years, whatever. But
does it have a Blu-ray?
Yeah. Yeah, it's like a filmrized one. It's like a BDR. It's ridiculous because that's when this thing came out. That's all they were putting out was like these BDRs and shit. I watched it like a few.
I don't even think they make it anymore or something.
Yeah, I think it's been out of print for a while. Yeah, it's been out of print.
That would be a great title for one of the Vinegar Syndrome partner labels or Vinegar Syndrome.
Yeah, I feel like it's definitely one of those titles that a lot of people haven't seen. I never hear anyone talk about it.
Yeah, well, even when it came out, I don't remember a lot of people talking about it. Like, I don't remember it being like really popular. Really
I remember, I think I was talking to, I want to say it was Tom Horsball about it when it came out, and he had seen it, I think, before me, and he's like, I think it was Tom, and he recommended, like, you got to check it out kind of thing. But I was on the fence about it because, like, Film Rise and those Blu-rays were like $27, and I'm like, it's a fucking BDR. For like, and like, so I waited and waited and waited for the shit to drop, and it just was not dropping. And then when I grabbed it, I think shortly after that was it. Like, you couldn't find it anymore. So I'm glad I did grab it. But it's gotten I've got my money's worth. I've watched it a bunch of times. So, but yeah, highly recommend All Through the House, man. It's an indie gem, kind of like.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Really good aesthetic in it too, like Christmas aesthetic. Oh yeah, solid.
Yeah. I watched It's What's Inside. Did you guys see that one?
Not yet.
I watched that one.
It's on my list of films to watch. I'll get to it.
I thought it was pretty interesting and cool.
Yeah.
Basically like body swapping type stuff. It felt like a concept that like obviously like a Cronenberg or something would make way better.
That's what when I read the description on it, I was like, this sounds like a Cronenberg movie in a sense. Like, I don't know why I thought of that. Yeah.
Yeah. It feels like.
Random.
What?
Go ahead. Go ahead. I was gonna say
you cut out.
Samples, I cut out. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It randomly samples the Red Queen kills 7 times, like the score from that movie, and that made me laugh. It's like the second movie this year.
I didn't know that.
What the fuck? Really? That one too?
That and Immaculate. Yeah. But they did the same thing in this one.
How random is that's random.
Laughing. I was just like, man, is this just like the little gem that like all these filmmakers secretly love?
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's interesting. Yeah, I thought it was pretty fun. It reminded me of like, I don't know, like a murder mystery type movie a little bit, like a modern bodies type thingy. Yeah, kind of gave me those vibes a little bit. It was all right, but it felt very like Netflixy. Is it a Netflix film?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it felt like it.
Hopefully it's better than Bodies, because I wasn't a huge
I liked Bodies.
I think the ending to Bodies is good, but I didn't really like the ride.
I'd say they're in about the same league.
I think I scored them like the same. I gave that one like a 7. And then I watched the original Black Christmas, of course. Gotta watch that one. Yeah, that's I love that movie, and it's like one of those movies where um I can see how some people say that it's a little slow and stuff like that, but it's just really like 70s, you know. It's just movies took their time a little bit more. But yeah, I love Black Christmas, obviously. And then I watched The First Omen. Finally got around to that. I thought it was pretty good. It was obviously better than I think most people were ever anticipating for like and I think the coolest thing is that it is like a sequel.
Yeah.
But
With
yeah,
the
I
first
thought it
Omen?
was,
Well,
yeah.
prequel.
Well, yeah, but yeah.
It acts as both, kind of. Well, it's I don't know. I feel like when you watched it, did you feel like it was trying to do too much with like the actual Omen? Like that, it seems to be like that's people's kind of main critique about the film is that it tries to remind you that it's like, you know, that it's.
I mean,
I don't
it does.
usually mind stuff like that, honestly. Like that
Like,
stuff never bothers me.
Yeah, like I think it's a valid critique, but like I don't think it like takes the material and makes it worse or anything, and I don't think it was like an unengaging or like completely just like generic movie.
Well,
You know what I mean?
I don't have a problem with it because it is acting as a prequel slash kind of like information, you know, giver. You know what I mean? Like it's giving you a lot more than just like a prequel would. Like it kind of connects like the rest of the franchise too. So like, I think what it does, I'm fine with it. Reminding you that, you know, in parts that it is, you know, this beginning part of the Omen story, but then it takes it one step further and it gives you even more than I was expecting. So, I mean, I have no problem with that. I mean, if it didn't give me anything else but just reminders that it's a prequel to the Omen, I probably would be in the same boat, but I think it does a lot more. I think that's
Honestly, like aside from like Terrifier 3, I think I probably like it more than like any other like sequel or like prequel or something this year.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's I don't know. I enjoyed it. I still need to see Immaculate. I'm a fan of religious horror.
Yeah.
Which is weird because I never thought I would be, I guess, because like I didn't like grow up loving religious horror.
I think
But-
the thing about religious horror is like it kind of taps into this level of like mentally unwell people and there's just like a lot you can do with it.
I think
Not
for me,
necessarily-
the reason that it works is because it's like the ultimate evil type shit.
I like that too, and I like the kind of like almost unknown historic evil about that's something like I've always like really liked.
The historic aspect of it is cool too. Yeah,
yeah, like the Old Testament stuff is like legitimately like scary to me.
yeah. But yeah, I enjoyed The First Omen. And then I watched Lisa Frankenstein, which I think is like the most underrated movie I've seen this year.
I've been saying the movie's pretty good.
Yeah, but you guys are like, you guys like your romance and shit, man. I can't do it.
It's not even that much of a romance.
It's
But
really
but it is a love story though, right? Like it has that type of elements to it though.
A little bit, but not a lot. Not as much as you would think.
It just, I mean, with a title like that, it just sounds like it's just screaming cheeseball, cornball romance.
I mean, there is some cheesiness to it. I mean, it's very like Jennifer's Body, like vibe wise, I'd say.
Yeah.
So if you don't like that, you're probably not going to like this. But I thought it was pretty funny, and I actually, it was charming. Like I thought it was cute.
It's
all right,
like
now I know for sure it's not for me.
Honestly, it's like it's really kind of an impressively made movie too. Like it had like a really like clean like aesthetic. Like it's the lighting in this movie is like really good. The cinematography is interesting.
Yeah, it does look really good. And I actually really just fuck with the lead. Like she carries the movie, and she's really fun to watch.
I'm not even a huge like fan of her that much as an actress, but she does really good in this movie. Like this is like the role for her.
I don't even think I know who she is. Like I don't think I've seen her in anything else or noticed her.
She's the blonde girl in Abigail. I forgot what else she's in. Catherine Newton's her name.
Interesting. And then I watched this one was from a couple years ago. Another one that's a little underseen, I think, and that's A Creature Was Stirring. Have you ever seen that, Moodz?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've got the DVD of it.
I've heard of it, but I've never seen it.
I watched it. I think I've just seen it once, and I can't quite remember. It's an anthology, right?
No, you're thinking of All the Creatures Were Stirring.
Oh, so that's one I thought you were talking about.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's the one. Yeah, I've seen this one though too.
Yeah, that's the one with Rebecca McKendry. Not as good as this one, in my opinion.
Right.
Yeah, I only heard like bad things about the other one. That's why I never watched it.
This one, it's not incredible or anything, but got like decent Christmas atmosphere, and it's kind of a ridiculous plot. Like the monster in it is kind of ridiculous, but it's a very basically like simple movie. It's like set on Christmas. The couple of people are in a blizzard and end up at this house where there's this woman nurse who has a mysterious daughter with some kind of problem. But it has Scout Taylor Compton in it. That's somebody who you might recognize. But yeah, I watched it a couple of years ago I think I had it as a screener. Like a digital screener, and I watched it and I thought it was okay. But watching it this time, I was like, you know what? I like this movie. I think it's pretty good. So that's a Christmas one that maybe you might not have seen, worth checking out. Gave it like a 7. Black Cab with
Nick Frost.
Nick Frost. I didn't really care for this one too much.
I thought it sucked. Like
So I
sucked.
don't have to watch this one.
Oh, dude,
Beautiful.
I was like, what the fuck? He was bad.
Yeah. Not a fan. And then I watched I think I gave that one like a 6. Then I watched The Mean One. Did you guys ever see that?
I've been trying to pick up a copy of this, and I can't find one for cheap, dude. I keep finding the Blu-ray for like $40. I'm not paying $40 fucking dollars for a fucking evil Grinch movie.
I think all Grinches are evil, so it would just be a Grinch.
Well, this one's like exceptionally evil, I think, though, right? It's like horror.
Yeah. So we saw a few years ago that a lot of like copyright characters were going into the public domain, such as Winnie the Pooh.
Yeah, we're getting a lot of these
the
movies.
Grinch, and Mickey Mouse.
Screamboat.
Peter Pan, I think, is going there.
Really?
Oh,
A
Jesus.
couple other ones.
Are they gonna make a hook? Like,
Yeah, the guy who's doing that's part of the Pooniverse.
dude,
The
this is
Pooniverse.
fucking awesome.
Oh my god,
Dude, I
that's
can't wait
so
for all these movies to
funny.
come out because so far, like, I like the first 2 Winnie the Pooh movies, so this should be pretty interesting.
Yeah, well, that leads me to my point on The Mean One. I'd say it has like the same budget as the Winnie the Pooh ones. Like it feels like it's comparable to that.
Well, like which one? Because the first Winnie the Pooh is definitely way more low budget than the second one.
The first one.
Oh, okay, yeah. Because the second one, if you watch them like in close proximity, it's like night and day.
Yeah, I noticed that. That was the first thing I noticed about the second one is it felt much bigger.
Way bigger, way more polished, like look wise and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. But I would say it's probably around the same budget as the first one. And I think the Grinch mostly looks pretty good. But I just fucking did not like the story. Like I don't know why they just didn't stick with like the classic Grinch,
like the Whoville story.
Yeah, like just like he's all pissed off and hates everybody, and then instead of coming down and stealing Christmas, he comes down and kills them. I would have liked that better.
Sounds pretty cool.
It has like some of that type of stuff in it, but it just like they have like the Cindy who Lou or whatever character, and I just felt like the story was kind of lame, and I just was like, I think it would have worked better if you just stuck to the original story, and just made a cool killing movie. But I don't really like it. I gave it a 5 out of 10, maybe 5.5 out of 10.
Shit.
That's the second time I watched it, actually. I don't think I ever finished it the first time though. And then I checked out I Saw the TV Glow, which was a pretty I guess
I'm curious
that was
what you think about this movie, because this is like a movie that like everybody is just like so random, like how they feel about this movie.
Yeah. So initially I was like, I like this, but I don't think it's as like good as like I've been hearing the people that like it say. but after I like sort of thought about it for a little bit more, I ended up liking it a lot more and really liking it. So I think that first of all, it just has that vibe to it that like one of my favorite scenes in it is when he rewatches the show as an adult and he talks about like how like cheesy and
It's just not
he's
good
like,
anymore.
He's like, I'm embarrassed. I used to even like this.
That's such a relatable part to all of us.
I know.
Because there's tons of things that we saw as a child and then we hadn't seen it for 30 years and you check it out and you're like, oh shit, dude, I like this.
Yeah, it's
pretty
funny
cornball.
too because like you watch him grow up. So like when he's watching it, it's like the 90s. So it's like that TV letterbox format that you didn't like realize was shitty at the time. But now you're watching it on your smart TV and it's like
on like Netflix.
Yeah, and it just looks like absolute garbage.
Yeah, no, that was a really cool aspect. And man, that movie's just like filmed really fucking good. And I don't think I'd seen the guy's first movie at the World's Fair or whatever, I think.
Yeah, I haven't seen that one either.
Is that a woman actually directed this?
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Yeah.
I can totally see that.
I think it's got I think it's got really strong commentary in it.
Yeah.
Regarding like, trans and just dealing with it and stuff. And like it's but I think it's like it's pretty well done. I like the construction of the film. I like how it is slower. I can see how I've seen a lot of critiques on it that it's really slow and not really a lot going on. But I think there's a lot that's going on and it just you have to process it. Like it's that type of narrative where if it's fast paced, I don't think it works as well. I think it's one of those things that like it filters into your brain and like you really have to process it through the whole film kind of thing. And I think it works for what it is.
This is a movie that definitely takes some processing time because it's more about the ideas. I watched it. I saw it in theaters and I thought it was pretty good. Like I didn't like love it, but I thought it was one of like the stronger things I'd seen up until that point of the year. But like it sat with me and like I thought about it a lot since then. And when I watched it again, I really liked it when I watched it a second time. Yeah,
I'm looking forward to rewatching it because like after I finished it, I thought about it for days. And it's weird for us too because like the way I look at a film, like if it's making you think about it days after, it was effective. Right?
Yeah, and the thing I really liked more about it on the second watch is like you said, like there's a lot of very like direct symbolism with being trans in the movie. And when you already know that, like the symbolism is very like clear to you, but since like you're not like looking for it, like it's clear that is more clear. You see like the bigger scope of the movie and like what the movie relates to like you, so you kind of get more out of it. You have like a bigger lens at the movie once you've seen it once.
Yeah, I agree.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I really enjoyed that one. I'm at like an 8-ish, somewhere around there. And then revisited Christmas Evil. That's one that I could have sworn had a 4K, but I guess I was thinking of Don't Open Till Christmas.
I'm waiting
from
so
Vinegar
bad
Syndrome.
for the 4K for this movie.
Because I'm like looking at my 4K section and I'm like, I thought they released this on 4K.
No.
And then I was like, did I just not pick it up? But then I remembered it was Don't Open Till Christmas. So yeah, but Christmas Evil, one of the first like Vinegar Syndrome horror releases. It still has a blue case, the one that I have.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one I have too.
Yeah. I've had it since it came out. Yeah.
Yeah, me too. So yeah, that and like Madman and like Massage Parlor Murders were like my first Vinegar Syndrome releases that I picked up. But yeah, it's that. I mean, Christmas Evil is like fucking awesome, dude. I'm obviously not going to talk too much about these because we're gonna do a top 10 show, and I would be surprised if Christmas Evil didn't make somebody's list. So, but yeah, that's a movie that like the more times I watch it, the more I love it.
Yeah, I love that movie at this point. I actually also randomly watched that last night.
And then I watched What You Wish For. Did you see that one yet, Tyler?
That sounds familiar. What happens in that one?
It's not a Christmas movie.
It is not a Christmas movie.
No, I've got it on a list to watch. I heard it was pretty good.
It is pretty good. There is a chef
No, I didn't even know about this.
Is that it's Nick Stahl's he's the fucking chef?
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't even know about this movie.
Yeah, I think it's on. Where the fuck can you?
It's on Hulu.
It's on Hulu.
Oh yeah, that's right. There was that's one of the ones I need to find how I'm going to watch it because
isn't your Hulu just combined with Disney Plus?
Yes.
So maybe it is on Disney Plus then. Yeah, you're right. Because
yeah, there's some really crazy stuff. Even like if you just go on Disney Plus, because obviously that's where my girlfriend watch all these stupid Disney Channel movies.
I'll actually talk about a film I watched on Disney Plus the other day.
Yeah, it's just like the craziest stuff ends up on there. We were like
weird.
Scrolling
it wasn't a horror film though. It wasn't a horror movie. It's Christmas related, but
there's crazy stuff on there. We were scrolling through one day. It was like Death Note. Like what?
Yeah. But yeah, so it's about a chef who's like down on his luck and like meets this other chef guy that he went to school with who's like living the dream, and the guy basically disappears, and this guy assumes his life, but the old chef basically was working with this almost like hostel type scenario thing. But instead of like torturing people, they're like cooking for like very rich people and stuff. But yeah, I thought it was pretty cool. It's like more in the lines of like a suspense film than like a horror film per se.
There was a movie that came out last year that was very similar sounding.
The Menu.
That was a couple years ago.
Am I thinking The Menu? Maybe I'm thinking The Menu. Yeah, maybe I'm thinking The Menu.
Yeah. It was
right, because I watched it after like the top 10 because I couldn't see it, and then I ended up watching it.
It was late in the year. It was a late in the year movie.
Yeah, The Menu was good. I liked it.
Yeah, but I thought this one was pretty good. I dug it. I gave it like an 8 as well. And then I watched 2 more Christmas movies and in the Apocalypse, which I just don't like. I don't think it's a bad movie. It's just not like for me. And I think what Tony said is probably like one of the reasons that it's not like I'm a very iffy on musicals in general. But if I don't like the songs, then it's just like super worse for me. So I don't really like any of the songs. I don't think they're like super catchy or iconic in this one. But yeah, it's just basically a girl who is in a zombie apocalypse, but it's a musical. A lot of people love it though. I remember when this came out, it was like on so many lists for top 10. Didn't make mine. But I think it's worth watching if you've never seen it. And then the final film that I watched is one that is, I think, gonna become a classic Christmas horror film. And that is Christmas Bloody Christmas, which kicks major ass.
Yeah, I agree.
It's a vibe. It's a super vibe.
When was the last thing I talked about I watched? Like, I think it was up to on my Letterboxd, like All Through the House. I talked about that, right? Yeah, I watched it like. Yeah. So I think like, well, this week. Oh yeah. So definitely last 7 days. So I rewatched Soul Survivor from, well, it says 84 in here, but I think it's 83, which is essentially the original Final Destination. It's the same fucking narrative. It's literally the same narrative.
You know what's like funny about it? It's like there's a British like kind of like art movie in the early 40s about a pilot surviving a plane crash where he was supposed to die, and like death is like following him. It made me laugh. So I realized, oh my god, this is like a horror version of that movie.
That's so crazy. So I rewatched it because someone had put it on. I don't know why I never had this thing in my fucking Christmas collection because I just completely forgot that it actually takes place on Christmas.
So it is a Christmas movie.
Yeah. So I mean, it's not technically a Christmas movie, but like it takes place during Christmas, and there is scenes with like Christmas trees and like a Christmas aesthetic and stuff like that. So you know, you could put it in there for like a Christmas holiday kind of thing. But you know, I wanted to rewatch it for that reason because I couldn't remember. Like I literally couldn't remember this being, so now it's in the Christmas section. But anyways, yeah, Soul Survivor, it's essentially just Final Destination. It's good. I actually really like Soul Survivor. It's got a really nice vibe to it. Like it's got this impending doom type feel to it. I like it, man. It's really cool. It's like, it's the less, you know, beautiful people version of like Final Destination.
It's like a very like quiet, like atmospheric, like cold.
It's slow.
Like the
It is
cooler
definitely
part
slow.
about it.
Yeah, it's slow, but like for a good reason though, because it's haunting, right?
It feels like cold. I like that. Like I like it. Just feels like a cold, like lonely movie.
Right. Yeah, so Soul Survivor, man, I still really dig it. I give like 7.5 kind of thing. Then I rewatched
Is that
Inside.
a Christmas movie?
Yeah.
Yeah, we just said
Soul
that.
Survivor is?
Yeah.
I was gone.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
I've never seen that one. Maybe I'll have to watch it then.
Yeah. So it definitely takes place during the holidays. It has a couple scenes of like, Christmas aesthetic and stuff.
What
but-
about The Brain? You count that one?
fuck, dude? That's another one that that's the other one I was trying to think of.
Forever.
Yeah, so I'm gonna have to rewatch that to see if it has. I mean, it's obviously set on Christmas, right? Because everyone keeps saying it is, but it's one that you never see on any list.
I
like
know,
you'll see-
right? I think they showed it on Monster Vision, or not on Monster Vision, on Joe Bob. Last Christmas, was it?
Right.
So I think I remember watching it and thinking like, yeah, I think this does count.
Yeah, I mean, if it's set during the holidays, it doesn't have to be, Christmas, bloody Christmas, and be like a Christmas horror film, kind of thing. If it's set during the holidays with a, Christmas aesthetic to it, it counts, in my opinion. Perfect example is the next movie. So I rewatched Inside because I got the Second Sight Blu-ray. I got that big, thick fucking thing.
Nice. I need that. I'm still on the DVD.
Yeah, I was up until I got this, but so I rewatched Inside, and it's just fuck, dude. It's horrific, man. It really is horrific. Like, but with the exception of one really bad CG scene involving fire, this movie is pretty bad shit. Like, it's bloody. There's a crazy body count. Like, it's almost got like over 10 kills. Like, it's just all takes place in a house kind of thing. But it takes place during the holidays. It's a Christmas movie, kind of like in the vein of like Soul Survivor, right? Like it's taking place during the holidays. It doesn't have an overwhelming Christmas aesthetic to it, but it's definitely a Christmas film. But Inside is like, it's great. Like I'm like 9.5 on that one. It's violent, dude. It's violent. It's heartbreaking. It's brutal. It's got great.
So do you
kills.
count it as a Christmas movie?
Yeah. Then I rewatched A Christmas Horror Story, which I kind of do every year. I really dig it, man. I know some people. I mean, there's one story in A Christmas Horror Story that I'm not like the hugest fan of, but like overall, I think it like starts and ends like really good. Like the ending to this movie is fucking fantastic. It's really good. I think it's great. But yeah, it's kind of lives in the vein of like a Trick or Treat type style. The stories are kind of woven, they're interwoven and stuff. And then it comes to a pretty cool conclusion and shit, but it's got a great Christmas aesthetic too. It's awesome. You guys have seen it before, right?
Yeah, I've seen it a couple times.
Do you like A Christmas Horror Story?
I'm not like real big on it.
I think the end, like that story, is fucking awesome. That one's fucking great, dude. Like, because it's like the beginning, middle. It's like the wraparound story, kind of in a sense, right? It's pretty cool, man. I think it's awesome. And then I rewatched Dismembering Christmas. It's an indie slasher film from 2015. Apparently, I've watched it a lot in the last like 6 years because I always pop this one in, man. It's just about a group of friends that go out to this kid's parents' cabin, and mayhem ensues. Right, people are getting picked off one by one. It's an indie slasher that does it pretty well. It's like the funny thing about this movie, there's so much potential to be like super sleazy, but it never goes that way. It's really fucked up. Like there's all the female casts are beautiful. I'm sure the guys are good looking. I don't know, but it doesn't go down that range, which is so interesting. But there's a lot of kills. There's a lot of kills in the film. I think it's pretty cool. But it's got a really good like winter Christmas aesthetic. There's a lot of scenes outside in the cold snow, and it feels cold, like they're shooting on location, right? Like obviously it's indie, and I think it's fun. Have you ever seen Dismembering Christmas?
Nope.
I haven't seen that one.
It's fun. It's fun. I highly recommend it. Actually, good indie film. Then, which leads me into the Disney Plus Christmas related film that I watched. The wife wanted to watch this on, I think, Friday night or whatever it was, or sometime this past week. But it's called Nutcrackers. It's the new Ben Stiller film. So Ben Stiller I didn't realize this, but he hadn't starred in a film in like 7 years. I was like, holy shit, kind of crazy.
Wow.
But so it's called Nutcrackers. It's definitely set during the holidays, but it's set in a warm setting, so there's like no snow and shit like that. But it's basically about Ben Stiller's character, who is a bigwig realtor who is kind of a narcissist. Like, he's all about himself and shit like that. He's not married. He doesn't have kids and shit. Anyways, his sister dies and she's got four boys. So he shows up to the place and he's dealing with like the adoption person and stuff. And the point of the film is trying to find homes for these 4 kids, which I realized when I was looking at the credits and stuff, these 4 boys that are in the film are actual real life brothers. I thought that was really cool. Like, it's 4 real life brothers playing, brothers in the film. So, it's essentially like a comedy / like drama. I would say it's more of like a drama more than a comedy. I wasn't finding myself laughing too hard, but then again, I don't really find Ben Stiller overly that funny anyways. Like I said, this was the wife's pick that night. So I personally didn't enjoy it. Like, I gave it like a 5 out of 10. Like, it wasn't really for me. I could see people digging it a little bit more, but yeah, it's, it's got its Christmas vibes to it and stuff. It goes where you expect it to go, which is corny to me. But anyways, moving on to the 2024 horror films, I watched Crazy House, which is the second Nick Frost movie this year. We just briefly talked about Black Cab, which sucked. So I was a little bit weary going into this one. A couple people recommended this film to me. I probably wouldn't have watched it unless y'all said I would probably dig this one. And I did. I thought it was really cool. It's basically about Nick Frost plays a really religious dude. And the setting of the movie is on a sitcom. It's a fucking sitcom setting. And it's like a really nutty religious family and stuff. And of course they hire on these, I think these Russian helpers or whatever. And it just goes batshit. It just descends into pure madness and shit. I think the one problem with this movie that I really thought kind of hurt the overall product was, so you're watching this film and you're watching a 90s sitcom and you get the live, the audience laugh track. And so it's a live audience, right? So it's not a laugh track, but you get the audience laughter and stuff. And then there's a moment in the film where a character gets his fucking head blown off and it just changes. It descends into straight horror. But for the rest of the film until probably the last like 10 minutes, the audience is gone. Like, there's no more laughter. I thought when I was watching the film, it was like in his head. And I was like, okay, where the fuck did the audience go? But which then, you get to reveal that, it is what it is. But I think that was one aspect of the film that I kind of felt like they kind of missed the boat on a little bit. I wish that was still part of it, because it would have still felt like you were watching a fucking 90s sitcom. You know what I'm saying? And like, the setup is super cool, man. Like, Alicia Silverstone, she plays the mother in the film, and like, her character is fucking hilarious, dude. Because like, she just starts cursing up a storm and shit, and it's like this religious family. It's fucking funny as hell. The kid becomes like a fucking drug addict, and oh my god, it goes. It's pretty funny, dude. I actually really enjoyed Crazy House. Just a couple nitpicks on the film and stuff, but I give it like a 7. Then I watched another 2024 film on Shudder called All You Need Is Death. It's kind of like a folk horror film. It's like a Irish folk horror film about these 2 people that are going around and collecting like really, really obscure folk horror songs. And they kind of wheel and deal these songs. It's like this weird kind of black market for like these, but then it just goes into a place where you're like, okay, that's really fucked up. So I liked the premise of the movie. I thought it was pretty cool. I just didn't like the execution in it, man. Like, I think the overall product is pretty unique and pretty cool, but I think it failed a little bit. I still give it like a 6. I wasn't a big fan. But it definitely has some really interesting ideas. And I like the whole aspect of like using folk horror, elements and dealing with folk music. I thought that was really interesting. Like, it's really cool, but yeah. And it explains it away, what it's doing and shit. So, rewatched The Dorm That Dripped Blood. I'm a big fan. It's not like an top shelf slasher film, but it is set during the holidays from 1982. And it's fun. It's fun. You guys have seen The Dorm That Dripped Blood, right?
No,
I actually haven't.
I picked up the Blu-ray last year, finally, from, I think, Synapse. Is it
Synapse?
Yeah.
I picked it up last year. Every like December-ish, I'll pick up like a couple of Christmas movies that I don't own yet. It's kind of getting hard to find some of them out there.
Mm-hmm.
That's on my. I actually pulled a huge stack of like not all my Christmas movies, but like a bunch of them. Pulled a big stack out and just like, have them sitting over there, and I'm gonna slowly working my way through them. And that's in the stack, so I'll get to it this year before the top 10 list. Funny enough, I was walking in the hall where I keep like most of my DVDs on shelves, and I have a section. My collection is like all over the place right now, but mainly I have a section of DVDs that I have never watched and a section that I have watched. And I was walking past the section that I haven't watched, and I fucking see that I have a DVD copy of Wind Chill that I didn't even know I had.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny as hell.
I was like, whoa, I actually own this. I was like, I didn't even know. So, but that's funny because that was a film that we originally were going to do on the winter horror from last week, but I axed it because it's a Christmas movie, I guess.
Yeah.
And I figured it would be better suited for an actual Christmas show. Like
the comment said, it's like, it is and it isn't, right? It's set on Christmas Eve, but pretty much.
Is it like Dead End?
In a sense, that's a great contrast to it. Like that's a great complimentary piece for Wind Chill. It would be Dead End, right? We know it's set during the holidays, but it has zero fucking aesthetic. Maybe besides some Christmas themes if that plays throughout the film. But that's what you got. But the Dorm That Drip Blood, man. I always have fun with it. I try to watch it every second year kind of thing. I think it's fun. It's fun. I think the one thing about the Dorm That Drip Blood that always bugs me is just the reveal of who the killer is. It's like nonsense to me. It's stupid. It's fucking dumb, but like whatever. It's still fun. Good setting. Then of course I rewatched Fat Man because I fucking love Fat Man. It's not a horror film, but
I never even heard of that.
You never heard of Fat Man?
No, I don't even know what that is. Yeah.
So Fat Man came out in 2020. It's Mel Gibson plays Santa Claus. It's set in our reality, but he actually is Santa Claus. So it's got like this really weird kind of feeling to it. Anyways, it's basically about this kid that he's a fucking prick. He's a rich little white prick. And he gets a lump of coal for Christmas because he's an asshole. And that's what Santa gives little asshole kids, is lumps of coal. So anyways, he fucking hires a hitman to go and kill Santa Claus. And the hitman is also somebody that was fucked over by Santa because he also was a piece of shit child. So he's got a vendetta to actually pick with Santa Claus and shit. So it turns into this like bloodbath and fucking, it's fun. It's fucking great, dude. I love this movie, man. You guys have never heard of Fat Man with Mel Gibson? It's fucking awesome. It's great, dude. It's fucking awesome, man. It's so much fun. I highly recommend it, man. Really, really good film. Same night I watched Santa Slay.
Nice.
Rewatch Santa Slay. Where the motherfuck is the Blu-ray? Where is the high definition version of Santa Slay? What is going on?
Let's hit up Terror Vision. That seems like a release they could put out.
There has to be something going on with the rights of this movie, maybe music or rights or something, because what the fuck, man? Like this is the type of movie that needs a decent release. The DVD looks like DVD quality. It sucks, but it could be so much better in glorious high def and shit. Like Goldberg's fucking amazing in this film. Of course, everybody knows how infamous and awesome the opening scene is in the film with all these recognizable faces and everyone gets slaughtered. It's fucking awesome. But I actually like the movie overall. I think it's really fun. It's just a fun ass movie. The narrative is cool.
Yeah, it really is a fun one.
The narrative is cool. Like it's something totally different and it's fun.
Another thing, I pulled out the Vinegar Syndrome Jack Frost release, and I had never opened that. How about that?
Jesus. I've watched it a couple times since I've got it. It's actually sitting on my coffee table upstairs right now. I'll get around to watching.
That's one of their coolest slipcovers, really.
It's actually one of the best lenticular covers I've ever seen. Like it works so well. Like it's really good quality. It actually works well. It's a great release. Like the movie looks fucking, that release is better than the actual movie itself. But I mean, we always shit on Jack Frost, but it's honestly fun as hell. It's so stupid.
I actually really like Jack Frost.
Remember when we learned how much the director spent on the Jack Frost
$1 million,
costume.
right?
Yeah, it was like it was like most of the budget.
It was like 150 or 175,000 just for this like Jack Frost fucking foam outfit. And because remember when we were reviewing it, we were making fun of like how cheap it was and shit, and we find out it was like this astronomical price that they paid for it. I was like, oh my god, that's so crazy. Yeah. And so every time I watch this movie, I can't help but notice, especially now in high def, how fucking cheap it looks. It's hilarious, dude. You watch it and you're just like, how in the hell would that thing cost $175,000? It's crazy. But it's still a fun ass movie. But and of course I watched tonight's reviews, Dreamcatcher and Misery. So but yeah, that was my week of just kind of mixing up. I only watched 2024 films this week, mostly Christmas stuff, which is, you know, what I usually do. But I got about 25 more films from 24 that I'm going to get to, and then I'll call it quits. So
yeah, I think right now I'm at about 42 or something.
Yeah,
I usually try to hit around 75 for modern years. I think I could probably get to there.
I think I'll hit 85. I'm at 59 right now, and given that, so I have about 25 more. So I'll be roughly just over 80. But you know, it's definitely a down year, because a few years back it used to be 120 to 140. But I'm not doing those numbers anymore, man. There's just so much fluff and shit. But you know, overall, man, there's been I mean, our network is really good for recommending films that each of us would possibly like. And plus, this year's been pretty solid in terms of like watchability. Like, there hasn't been a lot of shit bombs. But then again, I'm also staying away from a lot of the shit bombs also, I think so. But it has been a solid year. Like, this is such a good recovery year from 2023. Like,
This is a great recovery year.
I mean, the first half of this year was better than all of last year.
Yeah.
Times two. It was like, fuck it. Yeah. So, you know, it is what it is. I'm really looking forward to the top 10 show to see how the lists actually turn out, because again, all of us have such different tastes. There's going to be 6 people on the show, so I'm sure it's going to be a hell of a long show, because I'm sure there's going to be lots of different films represented in the top 10. So yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, I went hard on the 2024s this week. I'm at 64 now.
Nice.
I watched 9 this week. That was pretty much what I focused on.
I was going to say, because I think I had watched more than you. Wow, you went ape shit.
The only Christmas movie I watched, like 1 or 2 other bullshit movies I'm not going to talk about, but the only
Hallmark
Christmas
movies?
Not even, like stupid like Disney Channel movies.
Oh.
Are you even going to have a list?
Yeah, easy. We watched Christmas Evil still this week. I'm trying to get the 2024s out of the way, because I'm like, I'm
going to save a bunch of them for like the end, like going into the actual top 10. So I'm not going to cram. I'll still pick off a few here and there.
I already I've been sprinkling them in for a little bit, because we watched Silent Night, Deadly Night last week too. We got in Christmas with the Cranks last night. That was our double feature with Christmas Evil.
Nice.
But yeah, I just wanted to like plow through a lot of these 2024. So everything I watched this week, I liked everything except one movie out of the 9. I watched Lowlifes. I watched Grave Torture. I watched Caddo Lake. That one's pretty cool. That's got some interesting stuff going on. I like Caddo Lake a lot. I watched The Coffee Table. Mm-hmm. I watched Your Monster, which isn't bad, but it's probably like an Anna and the Apocalypse type movie that like I don't even recommend it if you're kind of into like the lighthearted humor and some musical numbers.
Yeah, see, I was already on the fence about that one because I read the little synopsis on it. I didn't know it was a musical. Now I didn't know really solidified. I'm not going to watch it.
It's not like there's not that many songs in it, and the music honestly is like pretty good, but the movie's just like kind of corny overall.
Right.
I watched this movie Abruptio, which is the puppet movie, and I thought it was so funny.
Dude, I have it on a list and I can't find it anywhere to watch, dude. It's so frustrating because I know I'm going to like that movie.
It's like super dark humor, and it's just like super violent and like mean spirited, but it's like funny because it's happening to puppets.
Right. Yeah, I love that puppet shit, man. Like Meet the Feebles. Come on, dude. That shit's fucking classic, man.
Speaking of puppets, then I watched Freaky Frico.
Dude, Astron 6, man. What was it? You're like, man, these Astron 6 guys got old. And I'm like, dude, they do something every fucking couple years, man. I'm like, what?
I like when it's really Adam Brooks that like kind of like.
I think they made him look older though too, because he's like the fucking the hard-headed idiot boss.
Clearly is like the oldest one. When he showed up and he like kind of had the hair slicked back, he looked like he'd lost some body mass, and I was just like, damn, this guy's got old.
Yeah.
I watched Milk and Cereal, which was the one I didn't really care for.
What's that?
It's a found footage movie. It's not bad, but it's like one thing that like bothers there's multiple ways you can do a found footage movie, obviously, but like this is one of the movies where it's like we found this camera and like what you see on this camera is supposed to be like a reflection of reality, right? And then like you have like random scenes where they're adding in like ominous like music like on top of like a post edit. Like someone like took this footage and then like added like an audio track over it, and it's supposed to be found
footage gone wrong.
It's just stupid. Like I have trouble like taking the movie seriously when it does stuff like that.
Right. It's like you ever watch a found footage film where all of a sudden the camera angle changes and you're like, what the fuck? What just happened there? Did they forget what they were doing?
Or like there's like the way they're holding the camera like is like a way it's impossible to like hold the device that like they're supposed to be recording on, like stuff like that. And the last one I watched was Chime. That one's on YouTube now, so I watched that, and that one's pretty good too.
Yeah, I've had that on the list for a while. It's short, right? It's like
short. It's like 45 minutes.
It's Akira like.
Yeah, it's Akira Kurosawa, or not Akira Kurosawa. That's the good Kurosawa. Kiyoshi Kurosawa, who's the Kurosawa.
Right.
But it's very like I haven't really seen much of his older stuff, but really like his post like late 90s 2000 stuff. It's really in line where he's kind of like a director that likes to do like suspense and drama like first and foremost, and like build horror that way. Like his movies like Cure and Pulse. And it's just it like follows that like same type of style. It's got like that's like really like clean cinematography and like good atmosphere, but it's very like slow moving, like patiently paced Japanese cinema. But since this one's only like 45 minutes, that's something that might be a turnoff. It'll probably do better with this one. But yeah, this one was really cool, especially for like its runtime. It's a story that didn't need to overstay its welcome. So I definitely recommend that one. It's on YouTube, so pretty easy to find.
Yeah, I was shocked to see that it was only like 45 minutes. I'm like, that's crazy.
Yeah, so he's got a full-length movie coming out next year that's like in festivals now. So
yeah, I've been just putting it off because I've been wanting to watch it because it looks like it's really cool, and I like the director and stuff. So it's like, yeah, we'll see.
Yeah,
but yeah, well, that's cool, man. Yeah, you went hard on the 24s this week. That's nuts.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna try to jam through like the rest of like the small ones I got on my list, and then just like jam through Christmas movies until the show.
Right.
Yeah, I've just been going back and forth between Christmas and 2024 movies. It's kind of enjoyable doing it that way.
That's exactly what I do almost every year at this time. Like I watch a ton of Christmas films, but then you gotta pepper in the 24s and stuff. Like I don't like to do the full on cram. I'm not a crammer, so like I got to mix it up, man. Plus it keeps it fresh too, right? So
like pretty much all those movies I watch, I kind of like wanted to watch. Like they were like at the top of my list for a while. I was like, all right, let's just pile through some of these and get on track. And I figure I can kind of like watch the last few and coast. I think I'm probably gonna go see Y2K tomorrow.
Yeah,
I might try to maybe see that tomorrow too.
I'm probably not getting that. There's no way.
Damn.
Yeah, I still got a bunch on my list I got to see, man. I still need to see Cuckoo, man. It's crazy.
Do you see The Substance yet?
Nope, still not. I'm gonna have to rent that one. It's actually on my Prime. I can rent it for like $5 or $6. So I think it might even be set, but I'll end up renting that one. Like there's some films I've just been putting off, like The Devil's Bath. I'm gonna watch Red Rooms and Substance, and I want to find Pandemonium. Like I know Arrow put it out on Blu-ray, but like I'm not paying $46 for a modern film. So fuck that, but I've heard it's pretty decent. That long ass Canadian one, The Humanist Vampire Seeking Consulting Suicidal Person.
Yeah, that one's good.
Of course, Chime, Woman of the Hour. I've heard mixed things. If I can find it, I can't actually find it to watch because it's not on my Netflix. Go fucking figure.
It's definitely like not a movie you have to watch, but it's decent.
Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna watch Outside. I know that one's on Netflix. Is it not
I don't
good?
like it. I thought it sucked.
Okay. It's, what Wish for a Crypto. Oh, Don't Move. How is that one? How's Don't Move?
I haven't watched that one yet. It's kind of on my list. Oh, the Outside movie, the woman that made what was that silent vampire movie from 10 years ago? A Girl Walks Home Alone at Night.
It's the same director, right?
Hold on.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm thinking of a different film. Hold
Is
on.
Outside, is that the shit?
The Outside?
Yeah, I didn't like that movie.
Hmm.
You didn't rate it. But everybody.
Did I log it?
You didn't log it, but everyone everyone that I follow doesn't like it.
Okay.
Okay, what's the narrative on Outside?
It's like a zombie movie, I think.
It says, longing to fit in at work, awkward Stacy begins to use a popular lotion that causes an alarming reaction while an unnerving transformation takes shape.
And it's it's a long one too. It's like 2.5 hours.
Hold on.
No, it's only an hour.
Hold on. There's must be 2 movies called Outside.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
that's
that one's 2022. I thought it was just a late one. I'm being stupid.
Yeah, this one.
This is a zombie one. Dave Parker likes it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, and I think this one's long too. It's over 2 hours kind of thing, right? So I was
131 minutes.
So and that's one of the biggest takeaways from this year, man. So many long movies, dude.
There's a lot of long movies, but if I might skip this one.
I gotta see Low Lies. I heard Under Paris is actually pretty good for a shark film. It's crazy. So, but yeah, Low Lies, fucking Canadian Tubi doesn't even have it, and it's a fucking Tubi exclusive. Don't even have it.
So weird.
It is weird, right? I don't understand that at all, how that works. But one thing I was just kind of farting around on the internet there today, and I noticed I went to Bloody Disgusting like I always do pregame, just to see what's going on in the world of horror. And the first thing I saw was Terrifier 3 is slashing back into theaters on Christmas Eve. They're putting them back into theaters, man, which makes complete fucking sense.
Hell yeah.
Right? So that movie is blowing up, dude. If it's back in theaters, yeah, it's crazy. So, but one thing I thought was really interesting, because I was actually thinking about this a few days ago, and then go figure, they've got an article on exactly what I was. We brought this up on the show a few different times about doing different type of top 10s, specific to genre, subgenres, werewolves, for instance. We brought that up a few times, but there actually was an article called Forgotten. Clever. Classic 7 underseen werewolf movies worth biting into. And I thought that was really cool, man, because it's kind of the first one I want to do.
All right, so you would have to do, I'm just guessing, I think Whir is on the list, Late Phases is on the list, and Big Bad Wolves is on the list.
Okay, so I haven't actually opened up the article. I just saw the headline, so I wanted to read, so I don't have no idea. Okay, so the first one on here is The Beast Must Die from 1974, which is an Amicus film, right? Yeah. That's interesting.
Nazareno Cruz and the Wolf.
The Wolf of Snow Hollow. What in the fuck is this? From 2020.
Oh, yeah, that one's actually pretty fun.
That one's got the guy from Stranger Things in it, right?
Jim Cummings? Darkly...
Oh, no, it's not Jim Cummings, though.
Oh, I watched this one. Fuck, I watched this movie. Never mind. I know which one this is. Yeah, this one's okay. The Werewolf vs. the Vampire Woman from 1971. Crazy, and oddly enough, I actually reviewed this during my 31 days. Crazy. It's a Paul Naschy film. One of his Vladimir Daninsky films. Highly recommend The Werewolf vs. the Vampire Woman. It sounds terrible. It's really good. It's actually probably one of Paul Naschy's better films. Highly recommend it. 1984 is The Company of Wolves.
Oh, okay.
That one I expected to be on this list, so that's interesting.
I've never seen it, but I've heard some pretty favorable things about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like
it's
it.
Neil Jordan. That's cool.
Yeah, I like it. I think it's pretty good. Here we go. 2014's Wolf Cop. Fuck yeah. That's fucking awesome, man. I love Wolf Cop. Actually,
there's a big fucking Wolf Cop.
I watched Wolf Cop 2 a week and a half ago again, because it's set on Christmas, right? So that's stupid fun. And then we got 1971's Werewolves on Wheels. Have you guys ever seen this one?
No, but it sounds ridiculous.
This one's fun, man. It's fun. I like it.
Werewolves on Wheels.
Oh, really? Okay, 1981's Full Moon High. I'm not a big fan of this movie. I think it's actually one of Larry Cohen's worst movies.
I've consistently heard this is Larry Cohen's worst movie.
Really? Okay, that's good. That's good because I think this movie is not funny. Like it's meant to be a comedy. It's like a prelude to like Teen Wolf kind of thing. It's like,
yeah, that's kind of the complaint that people say. It's like a not as good Teen Wolf, and I'm like, I already don't think Teen Wolf's amazing. It's like it's a solid movie. But
I think Teen Wolf is fun for what it is.
I think Teen Wolf's great.
Yeah, like Michael J. Fox is so like.
Teen Wolf's another movie I'd probably like a lot more if I saw it when I was like a kid.
Yeah, see, I saw it.
I saw it when I was a kid.
Yeah, but this one, like, I find like 95% of the jokes in this movie don't hit. Like it just doesn't work for me, man. Larry Cohen is a good writer. He's had some misses, Maniac Cop 3, but it doesn't work for me. But yeah, anyways. Oh, that's it. That's all 7. So none of the movies you mentioned were on the list.
Damn.
No Donna Serena Cruz. Wow.
That's funny. I mean, I don't know why they picked 7 underseen werewolf movies worth biting into. I mean, you probably find more.
You couldn't find 3 more.
But kind of going back to my point about werewolf films, like, if you dig in there, like there's some good ones. There's some good ones. That's why it would be fun. It would be a fun top 10 show to do. I mean, there's some obvious ones in there, but there's some good ones that can be discovered. So yeah, cool stuff. But yeah, I truly think that should be our first one. So what do you guys think?
I would do werewolves. Werewolves would be cool.
Yeah, I could do werewolves.
Werewolves or vampires are probably my preference.
Vampires would be a lot harder than
we
werewolves.
would have to do specific. I think if you did vampires, you would have to have some like boundaries with that. Like say modern ones, like post something. Because like I remember doing a top 10 list of like post 2000 vampire films versus like a different era of vampire films, like just to kind of break it down because there's so many. Like and honestly, like they make a lot of vampire films even like post 2000, but there's some really good ones in there. There actually is some really good ones.
Yeah. There's a lot of great vampire films. I mean, it's actually possible that I would have like all 9s and above on my vampire list.
Yeah.
I know my vampire list would definitely be higher than my werewolf list.
I also I actually went and bought Curse of the Cat People. I didn't own that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because Tyler was saying that it was a Christmas movie, which I do know that I've seen it pop up on lists.
Well, it's funny because the movie all of a sudden just like turns into a Christmas movie.
Yeah, I didn't like know why. I watched the first one during like Halloween, so I was like, I'm gonna do a little double feature, and I watched that, and then like halfway through, like it's just like it's Christmas Eve, and it's snowy, and it like plays into the plot.
Who put out was it Scream Factory put out
Scream Factory? Yep.
Yes, I mean I have the Blu-ray. I couldn't remember.
Debut of Robert Wise.
Right. Yeah, that's cool, man. That's cool. So something I wanted to do, which we haven't really done in a while because we haven't really had a show like this. So usually when we do like a director spotlight, I don't know if we're going to call it that, if that's what it is, director spotlight.
It's Stephen King Volume 2.
So Stephen King Volume 2. So I probably did this in the first volume that we did. Probably did a top 10 Stephen King. Just I like to like do a quick little Google search and see what the internet is saying about top 10 Stephen King films. But I was thinking about this while I was watching Misery yesterday, and I was like, you know what? I probably did the top 10 Stephen King films. Most likely. I didn't go back and do any research, so my facts might be wrong, but I probably did. So it got me thinking about Stephen King, and he loves to write about writers. So I thought of this, and I was like, what are the top 10 movies, like horror films about writers? So the first website that popped up was one called movieweb.com, and it actually is 15 horror movies about writers. And I was thinking to myself, it's got to be full of Stephen King, but okay. So number 15 is Goosebumps from 2015.
Goosebumps.
Okay. Interesting. Number 14 is I Spit on Your Grave from 1978.
Okay. All right. I guess that
that's really interesting because that's crazy. I wouldn't even have thought of that shit. That's crazy. Number 13, Salem's Lot, 1979.
Yep.
One Stephen King movie so far.
The dark half.
Keep tabs on this because I'm sure there's so number 12 is Tenebrae from 1982.
Okay. Yep. All right.
Argento. So that's so someone, whoever did this list was thinking about this. because that's pretty good. Number 11 is In the Mouth of Madness from 1995.
Yeah, okay,
Carpenter film. Cool. Fucking fantastic movie. Number 10 is number 2, Secret Window from 2004. So that's the second Stephen King,
which I like a lot.
I do. I actually saw it in the theater. I thought it was pretty good. I just thought it was interesting casting, having
Depp.
What's his name?
Depp.
The guy.
Yeah, Johnny Depp in it. Sorry, I was reading something. Yeah, so Johnny.
I thought you were talking about the other guy. Did you?
No, having Johnny Depp as the lead, I just thought that was really interesting casting. But yeah, number 9 is 1408 from 2007.
All right, so 3.
More Stephen King.
That movie is actually a little underrated too.
It is. I think it's pretty good too. I think that I remembered having some pretty shoddy effects in it, though. Is that the problem with that one?
I haven't watched it in a really long time.
Honestly, I've watched it a couple times. I liked it a lot. Like when it came out, that was like a movie. I thought it was really cool.
Right.
I don't remember the effects being bad in that. I don't know.
I can't remember. It's been a while. Number 8 is Castle of Blood from 1964. That's cool.
Yeah, that is cool.
That's really interesting. Barbara Steele. That's pretty cool. Number 7 is Sinister from 2012.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, throw a minor one in there.
With Ethan Hawke, directed by Scott
I like
Derrickson.
That movie, honestly.
Yeah, I do too.
Number 6 is Hush from 2016.
Flanagan.
Mike Flanagan. Yeah, I forgot that. I would have never thought of that because I didn't remember that she was a writer.
Yeah, I didn't. I still don't, even when you tell me.
It says Hush is a slasher film revolving around a deaf-mute horror writer.
I don't think I'd call it a slasher film either.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's a slasher film either. Number 5 is The Ring from 2002.
What?
Oh, she was like
she's a reporter, right?
Yeah, she was like she worked at a newspaper. She was like an
so technically,
writer, I guess. Yeah,
you're a writer. Yeah,
she's like a columnist.
I was thinking more of novelist.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
I guess technically they're right.
Number 4 is Scare Me from 2020.
I don't even know what that is.
I thought it was okay. It had some moments in it. I don't remember it being writers though.
These last 3 are all going to be Stephen King, right?
One's going to be Misery.
Oh, what in the fuck is this? Oh, dude, this one just totally threw me for a loop. Oh, what the fuck? All right, this is actually really funny. Number 3 is Halloween Ends from 2022.
Oh, come on.
Really?
Who's the writer in there?
Jamie Lee. Doesn't she write a book or something?
Oh my god, that is such a cop. Okay, fuck Halloween Ends. Anyways,
come on.
This dude had such credibility with this list up until now.
That's so weird. Okay, so number 2 is Misery from 1990. That makes a lot of sense. And
so that's 4.
Number 1 is The Shining from 1980.
Oh, 5. Yeah.
You know, the fact that he put the fucking the Halloween Ends on there and not like one of a million other movies.
I know.
Yeah.
Right?
Is kind of weird to me because like even like it fucking dude, literally like half of Stephen King's movies.
Well, that's what, like I said, that's what got me thinking while I was watching Misery. I'm like, how many movies do you think are on random lists of like horror movies about writers? I bet you they're like half Stephen King novel or movies. And it turns out that 1 or a third of those were Stephen King, right? So there's another list here, Screen Rant. I think it just says 10. They're not even in order, I don't think. But it says The Shining from 1980. Shirley from 2020. Oh, that's interesting. That was a pretty good one. It's the Shirley Jackson movie. Did you guys watch that one? It was based on Shirley Jackson.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I saw that.
I liked it, man. I think I was in the minority on that, but I thought it was pretty good. Good atmosphere in it. Secret Window, In the Mouth of Madness is pretty much the same shit. Misery, Sinister, 1408. It's literally the same list. Oh, The Dark Half. Another Stephen King story. There you go.
I like that one. That one's underrated.
Goosebumps. This list had Goosebumps on it also. Oh, here's another one. Bag of Bones.
That was one I had in my head, but I couldn't remember if it's a writer or not.
Yeah,
the movie's not very good. The book is excellent.
No, it's not. It's not very good.
The book is great. Yeah, it's a made-for-TV sci-fi movie.
But again, another Stephen King. So no matter what list you're going to, you're just finding all the.
That was one of my favorite Stephen King books I read. I like that book a lot.
So if you guys were to pick, like, what would your favorite movie, like horror film about writers, what would it be?
I mean, not to be anticlimactic, but like Shining and Misery.
Probably Misery and probably Misery.
Really, really interesting.
I like In the Mouth of Madness too, but I don't think any of these are like exquisite fits.
Yeah, I mean, In the Mouth of Madness is up there for me. I think it's one of the. I think it honestly is one of the better '90s films in general.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, I also really like it, but I don't know if like because the main character isn't the writer, even though Bill kind of is the main character in a way.
He's more, isn't he more of the main character in the book?
what in
Like in the actual book?
Dude, I don't know. I feel like they hop around a lot in the book.
Yeah. Some of the things that happen in the movie happen with different characters in the book.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whenever you talk about like his adaptations, like I think that there's a few movies that I like more than the book.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
And Misery actually is one of them.
I actually agree with you on that too. And Misery is a good book.
Yeah.
That you like the movie more than the book.
Yeah, I also do.
A good bit more. Too.
That's actually really cool that you brought that up because, yeah, we'll get into that because I actually, when I was watching Misery, I was thinking about, because I'd read the book years and years and years ago, I remembered some differences between the book and the movie and stuff like that, but I actually looked it up to find like all the major differences, and I was pretty on point. Like my memory was pretty good actually because I remembered a lot of the differences. But
yeah, they're not like huge differences story-wise line, but there's some differences.
Yeah, but yeah. Anyway,
I like Carrie, the movie, a good bit more than the book as well.
I
do as well. Actually,
I can't remember the book. I know the book is really short. Like it's
the book's short, and it's written in like kind of a strange way, where you have like the story kind of like going backwards, and you have like newspaper articles. So it's like a little like
It's actually kind of how they do in the remake, the 2002 remake. They kind of do that one like the book more.
Mm-hmm.
But another one for me is probably I probably like the movie of the Pet Cemetery more than the book. It's pretty close.
I don't know about that one.
Yeah, interesting.
I
would have to actually sit down and think about this because I've read a lot of there's so many books that I like more than movies. Like The Dark Half actually is one of them. That since we just mentioned,
I like the Dark Half is way better.
The book is way better.
Than Gerald's Game. I like that movie way more than the book.
I never read that book.
I always like the story of that, and I'm like, why don't I ever remember the ending of Gerald's book? And then I found my book and it had a bookmark, and I didn't read the last 30 pages.
I like the Shining book more than the movie, but it's like close. Same thing with like Pet Cemetery.
I actually like the movie more than the book, to be honest.
Yeah,
but that's just me.
I actually am a big fan of like a lot of like modern Stephen King stories. The Outsider is a really good one.
I kind of fell off of him a few years ago, but I kind of just fell off of reading like I was in general.
What was the most? The Bill Hobbs trilogy.
I read the first one,
really
Mr.
good.
Mercedes. I like that
I think
one.
the second one is the best one out of there.
It's like Finders Keepers or something, right?
Yeah. And then what other one did he do recently that I Fairy Tale. Fairy Tale is probably one of my favorite books of his. Fairy Tale and 10 or 11/22/63. The JFK one.
Yeah, I know which one. I've never read that one.
I think that is my second favorite Stephen King book. The
My
first
favorite
being It.
Yeah, Christine's my favorite.
Interesting. Yeah, the non-horror ones are like a couple of the non-horror ones I've read from him are really fucking good.
Yeah, you're in The Long Walk. Not The Long Walk, I'm sorry, Road Work.
Okay.
Road Work is really good. It's like it's not long either, but it's like a very
I think I own that book actually.
I'd recommend that one. It's really like a nihilistic, like kind of like had it with society and life type of book.
Which one is that?
Road Work.
Oh yeah, it's part of the Bachman books, right?
Yeah, it's one of the Bachman books.
Yeah,
We're talking about the non-horror ones.
Yeah, I was looking at my original one because it's got Rage in it. I've got one of the original. It's the first pressing
cool.
book, and so it's got Rage in it, right? So yeah, I'm actually looking at it right now. It's right in front of me. So that's and that's a crazy story.
That's the one story that you really can't like. It's not been republished.
Stephen King pulled it himself.
Yeah, he doesn't.
It was his decision. It was his decision to take it off the shelves because he doesn't agree with. It's just too. It hits too hard in today's society, right?
Well, it's not only that. I don't think it just because it's about a school shooting, but it's the lead character is the school shooter, and he's like the character is like I don't want to say sympathetic, but like.
It like humanizes him though.
It not only humanizes him, but like you kind of are on, like it kind of makes you like more on his side.
On his side, yeah. I remember.
Kind of dangerous to do.
I wish they would
I love stuff like that. I love like challenging, like complex, like morally ambiguous stuff like that.
I like that too because it really challenges your views on things, right? Like it really makes you think and it challenges you, and I think that's actually a really interesting way of writing a character. But I can see his point though. Like, I mean, school shootings have got completely out of control in the US. Yeah. And I can see like he's trying to be sympathetic to like, the families of victims and stuff. And you don't need to have that type of literature out there because I mean, let's face it, it's just like copycat shit anyways, right? Go fucking, you don't want to be that person where, I read The Rage and I went and shot up a fucking school. Could you imagine? Like, I'd feel shitty too.
Honestly though, I don't even think that it's that good of a story either.
It's an old story. It's a very,
it came
Stephen King writing
Bachman.
Yeah. So, I wish they would do an adaptation of The Long Road. Now that story's fucking crazy.
Are The Long Walk, you mean?
I mean The Long Walk.
It's being made right now.
I think we talked about this before, and I went like, why haven't they not made The Long Walk?
I almost said the same. I always get The Long Walk and Road Work.
The Long Walk has a crazy narrative. Like I hope
everybody has to like march to like to their death or something.
Basically to their death. Like you're dying if you stop and shit. Like I can't quite remember the full details. I read it so long ago. But like I just remember there's so many people that get executed in this book. You're just like, holy fuck.
Yeah, it's like the Philippine Death March.
Yeah. Originally Romero was gonna make that movie in 88.
Mm-hmm.
And then Darabont was gonna make the movie in 2007.
So so it's finally who's actually doing it?
The director is Francis Lawrence, with such films as Constantine from 2005.
Oh, that movie sucks.
No, it does not. That movie's awesome.
I didn't even watch it for 2005 because I remember not liking it.
I actually liked it. I had seen it back in 2005, but
yeah, me too.
Yeah, so this guy literally did Constantine, I Am Legend, all the Hunger Games movies.
Oh, I Am Legend. That's the worst adaptation.
So he's like he's a straight like studio like director then.
Yeah, that's the worst adaptation of the story.
Honestly, looking at his filmography, it's not very promising.
Yeah, he's a studio director.
Well, at least it's not Mick Garris.
It apparently wrapped in September, so
I don't think JP heard my joke because it just seems like Mick Garris always does like the weakest adaptations of Stephen King's work.
Yeah,
he does, man. He totally does.
Well,
what was
especially later
the Quicksilver Highway?
I don't think they ever gave him much of a budget. They said, "All right, Nick."
But he did The Stand.
Yeah, but the first half of The Stand is really good. The second half of that movie sucks.
Well, yeah, but that's like if it was. I don't think people thought it sucked when it came out. Like as a TV.
I don't remember.
I think it was.
I don't remember loving it when it came out though. Like the mid '90s kind of thing. I don't. Yeah.
He doesn't do really that good.
Quicksilver Highway
is probably one of his better ones.
Oh yeah, he did do Sleepwalkers. Yeah, look what you did to my shirt, bitch. I always quote that.
He's got Sleepwalkers from '92.
Oh, we could have did Sleepwalkers too, because that's 92.
Oh, it is 92. Right.
Yeah.
No, we should have thrown that in the mix. Well, it doesn't really fit this theme though.
Yeah, I thought we were doing just winter ones.
Not this theme. Yeah, this is winter.
Yeah, because we should probably explain why we picked these two because, of course, it's December, it's winter, it's cold. These are two cold, freezing Stephen King related films that isn't The Shining and Dr. Sleep. So that'll come down the road. But yeah, we're not doing The Shining because we'll do Dr. Sleep at that. So.
Yeah, he really did do like the worst ones. He did fucking Bag of Bones as well.
Right. Who?
Pierce Brosnan's in that too. Like they fucked up.
Yeah, that's crazy, dude.
He did.
You know what's going to happen? So me and Tyler and like, I think all of us are in agreement. Like they want to, we've been all asking for like an adaptation of Doom and Key. Could you imagine if Mick Garris gets the fucking
Oh God, please
the
no.
pigs on that one? I'd be like, fuck, come on, bro. That movie's way too visual. There's way too much happening, like cool shit in that movie for Mick Garris to tackle.
Dude, I just hope like a real like director just like randomly like decides like I want to make it like a Stanley Kubrick type director decides like I'm
Mike
gonna adapt
Flanagan,
a Stephen
dude.
King movie.
You got to give Mike Flanagan like all the.
This isn't like it's a horror
Yeah.
movie, but it's like it's kind of not though. You know what I mean? It's more of like a psychological like I don't know. It's not like the Mike Flanagan type like movies he's adapted. It's a little different.
So I've pretty much been averaging like 2 to 3 Stephen King books a year at this point. And
And you
like,
have to
that guy-
specify you're listening to them.
Not always.
Okay.
Like I physically read Rage from, I actually got it from the library because there is no audio book of that one.
I was just going to say, yeah.
So I got it from the library probably last year. But I think that it's like, it's so interesting, like reading his, and then I have like the Night Shift on like a Kindle or something. But I think it's like so interesting how many like stories and shit he has, and obviously like he's such a legend in the horror world, and we have seen a bunch of his stuff get adapted. There's a bunch more going to be adapted. I'm sure we'll get stories after he passes away. One thing that I find is a bit cringe with him, especially in his last book, Holly, which he's really going balls deep on this Holly character.
So what is that related to? Because I was actually looking at that today, so I don't even know what it is, but
so in I think we first hear of Holly in the Bill Hodges trilogy, which is Mr. Mercedes. She's first introduced in that book.
okay, I'm looking at it right now. I haven't read that one. The wife just read that. There's a trilogy, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think the whole trilogy is pretty good.
Yeah.
So she was in all 3 of those, and
Okay.
pretty much becomes the main damn character by the end of it. And then she's also a side character in The Outsider, which I think is that's one of the strongest like first halves of a book like he may have ever written.
Mm-hmm.
And then so she's a side character in that, and then she's in a anthology segment in If It Bleeds, which is like the title story. She's like the main character in that, and then this new book is called Holly, and it's about her. It's again following her.
Mm-hmm.
But I started reading it very briefly, and it's just like funny because like it was written like during like the pandemic, or it takes place during the pandemic. This book just came out this year. And he just like has such a beef with Trump and stuff that it leaks through so much in his modern books.
He said he was going to leave the country if he got elected.
It just gets in the way like of the stories.
That's
You
too.
know what I mean?
It brings the politics into it and stuff like that. It's like
Like at one point, like he's, the characters are also into like the Holly's like it fits her character to be like a anti-Trump girl. It totally fits her character. Which I don't have a problem with that. It's just that I just feel like it kind of like, I feel like he's just literally putting it in there because he doesn't like Trump with some of his stuff.
Mhm.
And it's distracting for me.
Yeah.
Because I just don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? Like I don't
Right.
want to hear about Trump in a horror book that I'm reading.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Man, check
Just
this
like,
out, man.
who
I know
you
you
feel like
guys can't see us,
insisting
but
on
like JP, check this out.
Night Shift.
So this is the original. This is the first pressing from '79.
Wow.
Yeah. But like when you look at Night Shift, like the short stories that are in it, like just to be, kind of notable in this, is like it's absolutely insane, dude. It's like Jerusalem's lots in there, Graveyard Shift,
okay.
in the Doorway, fucking the Mangler, the Boogeyman. What else has got in here? Trucks. Sometimes they come back.
Children of the Corn is
Sometimes they come back's really good. That's one of the standout ones I remember.
Like the Lawnmower Man, Children of the Corn, the Woman in the Room. Like these are all things that have been, adapted and stuff. It's just crazy. But I mean, that's just some of the stories. There's other ones I didn't mention, like Strawberry Spring and The Ledge and stuff. But like, just crazy amounts of short stories that were, adapted from this.
Yeah, his latest short story book is pretty good.
Yeah, I was actually I was looking at that today. It's the only I have all of his like anthology books because I love his short stories. I think they work so well. Sometimes Stephen King gets a little bit long-winded in his books, and like he'll describe a door shutting for like 2 pages, and you're like, oh my god, dude. But
well,
like
that was my
I'll
biggest
get to
problem.
that
That's my biggest problem with fucking what do you call it? The Gerald's Game.
Mm-hmm.
It's just too descriptive in that book. It just drives you insane.
I think the problem with Stephen King is like he has so much ideas and wants to say so much that he just doesn't know when to shut the fuck up. He's like that indie director that shoots like 3 hours of footage and then uses 2.5 hours of it.
But the thing about that though is
like,
when it works, it fucking really works. Like it is very long-winded, but it works so well because there's so many characters, and even The Stand is a very long-winded one that works pretty well.
Well, it's because there's also like 30 different characters in that book, so it does kind of make sense, right? Yeah.
But the newest one has a sequel story to
It Bleeds? Is it like
No, that was the anthology before this new one.
Yeah,
this one's called You Like It Darker.
Oh, You Like It.
It has a story with the dad from Cujo.
Oh, that's
cool.
Yeah.
That's so funny. I was actually just brought that up the other day. Someone was talking about like how Bernices are like, they're the kindest and gentlest dogs. And I'm like, yeah. And you know what kind of dog Cujo was? And they all start laughing.
He was a Saint Bernard, right?
Yeah, Saint Bernard.
Yeah. So also the book Fairy Tale. I don't know have you guys looked into that one at all? It's from a couple years ago.
I'm looking at it right now. The wife just finished reading it. She didn't say anything, so I don't know.
It's actually being adapted right now, I think.
Okay.
I think it's like one of the cooler fucking books that he's done.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like a horror story, but it's kind of like it's almost like Wizard of Ozzy in a way.
Yeah.
Like where basically there's a fucking like portal to like another world like that this kid goes to, and it's cool. It's very imaginative. I was really into that book. That was such I felt like nobody really talked about it, but I really liked that one.
I think she liked it. She just didn't say anything about it after because she reads a lot of books, right? So, it's not every day she just like breaks down the whole fucking thing for me. But I know she finished it because it's sitting back on the shelf here. So, along with the other probably 50 or 60 Stephen King novels. But I'm like way behind. Like I got to start reading some of the newer stuff. But yeah, I'm gonna grab that the new anthology book because I really like his anthology.
Yeah, there's actually a couple stories in there that already got signed to be adapted, like The Life of Chuck, and there might have been another one too. There's a pretty cool alien story. I don't think I've actually finished that one yet. I think I've read because I think there was a good chunk of stories in there. I finished about half of them.
Right.
But yeah, Stephen King, obviously one of our favorite people in horror, just like the contributions to horror.
This would be a fun show to do. Going back to like, doing random genre top 10s and stuff, like what about doing a top 10 Stephen King show?
Yeah, I'd say the way to do that is we do a couple more volumes of Stephen King.
Yeah.
And then end it with the top 10.
Yeah.
So far, everyone's like, man, your guys' Stephen King picks are terrible because they're not like the more popular ones. What was the first one we did? Salem's Lot.
Well, if you count Carrie, that would technically be the first one.
Oh yeah, I guess we did Carrie. But
so this could be volume 2 or 3, depending on how you look at it. But
do Carrie.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind doing like Shining and Doctor Sleep together.
You know what I think would be fun to do
Trucks and Maximum Overdrive.
I actually don't know if it'd be fun to do Trucks and Maximum Overdrive. Fuck, I was just talking about Maximum Overdrive the other day too. I think it would be fun to do like, I don't know if it would be fun, but I've been wanting to do it because I've never seen that cut of the film, but Needful Things. If you have the Kino Blu-ray, it comes with, you know, the theatrical, and then it has the fucking TV cut that's like 3 hours long, which apparently has a lot more of the internal story that's actually in the book. See, talking about adaptations, like I fucking love the book for Needful Things. Like when I read that, I was like, oh my God, this is so cool. It was so vivid in my imagination was running wild reading this book. And then the movie came out and I was so disappointed. I was like, that is not what I saw in the fucking book, right?
I had the same feeling. I read the book and I liked it so much that I bought the Blu-ray immediately, and I was so disappointed. I
think it's one of his more underrated books, to be honest. It's got a lot of cool shit happening in the book. And
yeah, I've never seen that one, but yeah, that I would be down to do that. We could actually do Lawnmower Man and Sleepwalkers before we do our 92 top 10.
Would you not do Lawnmower Man 1 and 2?
I guess you could do it that way.
Yeah.
Stephen King says, take my name off of this shit.
Right. Yeah,
because it's nothing to do with it. They just like took his title. They're like, it's Stephen King's Lawnmower Man. He's like, no, it's not.
No, it isn't. It has nothing to do with the Lawnmower Man. It's stupid, actually. Name only.
But yeah, there's actually a couple shows that I would like to do before we do 92 that we can make. Like we mentioned a found footage one with Man Bites Dog and Ghost Watch. I think that's a smart thing to do. That's a good one.
Cat 3.
That's a fun show.
Yeah. There's a few other things we could do, like to plan around some 92 stuff, just for fun. And then of course we got like 59 rolling through too. We did so much like top 10 shit this year, dude.
I know it's crazy.
It's crazy. This is a year of the top 10s. And then Moodz is like, let's do top 25 Christmas movies. And I'm like,
dude, because I'm literally making my list going, I'm leaving off some of my favorites off my top 10 list. Like this is fucking, I'm like, I could only do a top 20, like 25 makes sense in terms of like the 25 days of Christmas, top 25. That's what my thought process was. But then again, it was also very selfish of me too, because I was like, it's just making my life a lot fucking easier.
Yeah. Well, I was saying, the thing about these top 10 lists is we could always do more of them. Like we can do another top 10 Italian horror movies and you either call it like 10 more or, you know, you'll title it 20 through 11. I don't know. But people love top 10 lists, and they're definitely by far are like, if you look at our top 10 episodes of all time, I think 8 out of 10 are top 10 lists.
Yeah, I think the one that isn't is like the fucking Ilsa trilogy.
Well, yeah, that see, I don't have stats for like that early on in terms of like the downloads and
like
stuff.
On my channel, it's by far the most viewed. I don't know. That one went viral. I have no idea why. Yeah. It's so fucking weird.
I think people were just looking for the movies and they click on it and all matters.
Right. Probably right.
There's probably not a whole lot of people talking about them.
Yeah.
Honestly, there really
that
isn't.
Too. Yeah, that too. Which definitely, like some episodes that we put out that like kind of bomb in terms of like they don't do well with our audience over the years, because we're the only people that ever talked about that stuff.
Yeah,
like we'll do really well over years and bring in like we got our Spotify Wrapped recently, and our audience growth was like 40% or something like that from last year, which is kind of incredible.
That's a lot.
It's definitely growing more on those.
It was like 30%
platforms.
the year before, so it's like. You know, that's pretty crazy so I think that our show definitely is getting a lot of listens from people who don't engage, which we did see a lot of comments on the last, when we said, hey, drop a comment.
A lot of people commented saying that they listen to the shows and they've been listening for 10 plus years or whatever, but just don't engage. They just don't talk. And like, I'm glad you brought that up, because I wanted to even say, because I'm not one of those people that makes videos and like, you know, when you click on someone's video, the first thing they say is like, hey, make sure to like and hit that subscribe, hit that bell.
It makes me not want to do that.
They have to go through all their social medias and everything. And then they get into their video and then they have a mid commercial. It's like, fuck. But anyways, But like, I never ever do that really. Like, cause every once in a while I'll be like, hit that like or that thumbs down. I don't really care at the end of the video or whatever. But like, I barely ever say that shit.
Yeah.
But now that it got me thinking about it, I was like, how many people admitted that they've been listening to the show for like 10 plus years and like I haven't seen their comments in so long? And it would really help out the show. It really would.
Yeah.
Like a like, and a
pretty
comment,
much if you guys liked and commented every episode that you listen to on YouTube, or even, rate us on Spotify, it really fucking does get the show out there. It actually works tremendously.
We focus so much on doing the shows that we kind of forget, like, sometimes like those things kind of need to be said every once in a while.
Yeah, we don't promote at all. Like, we
don't.
Literally do not promote the show at all anymore.
No.
But obviously, the more people that listens, the more it motivates us to do shows, even though we're always motivated to do shows.
And our show's so bizarre. Like, I'll go back through, like, just my channel, because I don't have the Spotify numbers that JP does, but I just kind of judge it by like how he usually does on my channel and stuff, which of course less people listen on the channel now, and I understand that. But it blows my mind, some of the shows that do well and some of the ones that don't do well. Like, I think like going into a show like this one, I think it's going to do maybe just above average, kind of thing. But like, there's the odd show where I'm like, yeah, that one's going to do pretty good. And then it just bombs. I'm like, what the fuck? And then I'm like, that show's not going to do shit. And then it does really well.
Italian Horror Month absolutely slayed.
Yeah.
Italian Horror Month absolutely slayed this year.
I called it exactly too. I was like, hey, we're going to start out with, somebody even made the comment. They're like, yeah, these last 3 episodes were fucking awesome. I even commented back. I'm like, what about Zoology 7 with the crocodilians? No comment back. But like, people just don't like the zoology shows, which we really enjoy them, so we're going to keep doing them. So, you got to do shit for yourself, though, right?
Yeah, and if you listen on Spotify, which I know is like probably one of the more popular ways to listen to us at this point, please follow us. Like, it doesn't really do anything like negative to you. You'll just get a notification when we post a new episode. Yeah, and you can turn that off if you want.
Yeah, it's not like if you hit if you hit the subscribe button or whatever, you're not going to get the sounds of my outros. Don't worry about that. That's not going to happen. Just straight farting noises for 5 minutes.
The algorithm seems to lean heavily on how many followers you have with Spotify.
Yeah.
So, follow away if you would. That would be pretty cool. Appreciate it.
Right.
But yeah, it's funny. Like, when you look at like our episode rankings, like the top 10 shows always do. Like right now, if I look at all of the top, let's see. Okay, so our number one show of all time since we've got on Spotify.
Which was what year? I don't even remember.
So it was like 2020 ish. I think it was when Horrorphilia shut down. So every number and stat that happened before we transitioned away from Horrorphilia is gone. So we have no idea what those numbers would have been. Well, I know what they were. Like Jason used to tell me what they were, but we have no way to like add them to our current numbers. So this is just for basically the last like 4 or 5 years. Right. But our number one episode, oddly enough, is top 10 of 2005, which is
really
a bit. That honestly doesn't surprise me.
It's actually a good bit ahead of every other episode.
So the reason that doesn't surprise me is I noticed like a lot of like people that are just like kind of like newer, like more like general like horror fans are watching mainly like what's in front of them,
more modern,
popular. Yeah, they really don't like to watch movies older than like mid-2000s.
I know, but 2005 I feel like is too old for it to be like.
It's like the oldest they want to go back.
And Tyler has a point though, because like when we do anything old school, like our retro top 10 shows do the worst out of our top 10 shows. Like they really do. Anything like black and white, like 60s and before don't do well. They simply don't like,
especially when you're getting into like 39.
But like for me, I find that shit so intriguing that someone's willing to do that shit and like, put in the time and effort that we do. And like,
oh yeah, definitely.
I just like, I mean, we've all discovered films in every list that we've done, like that we probably never would have checked out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so like, we'd like to share that with other people too. So I guess we're just doing everyone's bidding for them, but
So the number 2 one is the 94 show. So top 10 of 1994.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, all of our all of our top most highest performing episodes are post episode 200. Which I think that was when we first came over from Horophilia, was like episode 200, or it was like real close to there.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And then top 10 of 2021 is next. And then top 10 of 1970 is after that.
Mhm.
And then top 10 of 1980 is after that. And then top 10 of 2022, top 10 of 2011, and then top 50 favorite directors, and then top 10 of 2020, and then the first non-top 10 ranking episode to feature is literally at number 10, or 10 most listened to episode, and that is the Evil Dead franchise.
Oh yeah, fuck, crazy.
And then right under that is Return of the Living Dead franchise and Paranormal Activity franchise.
I can see Argento ranking probably getting up there. Like, it's still getting views on my channel. Like, it's at 1.6 on the channel. The zombie franchise 1.1, top 10,
forever.
1.2, and of course the slug of the Italian month was Zoology 7.
Here's a outlier here. So the first episode that pops up that is a non-franchise, non-top 10. Oh, wow, this is actually extremely weird. So it is not what I'm about to say, but the thing I'm about to say after it is extremely weird. So is actually episode 220, Extreme Horror Volume 1, a Serbian film.
Ooh.
So that is our highest performing episode. That is,
You know why? It's because people want to find out if we're pedophiles or not.
PDF filed, man.
Dude. Oh yeah, right. You can't say
files,
that.
yeah.
You can't say that word. No, what for the listeners that don't understand the joke is like, dude, like, just because we like the movie doesn't mean that we support any things that are happening in the film. You know, it's like, fuck. You always got to explain yourself when it comes to like a Serbian film and other films. It's like, but like literally someone left a comment saying we were a pedophile or whatever the fuck you want to call it. And I was like, what? I'm like, that is so fucking cornball to say some shit like that. Like, that is like the meaning of like internet fucking warrior, keyboard warrior shit right there. Like, you would never say that to our face. And plus, everyone, like, if you listen to the show or whatever, we're fucking so far from that shit. We don't support that shit. It's a good movie. I'm sorry.
People should be more concerned.
Not sorry.
about
I'm
people
sorry,
that
not
like-
sorry.
So
People should be more concerned about people who like that movie Cuties from a couple years ago.
Yeah, I
The
mean,
movies
yeah.
that people were trying
So-
to defend.
Here's a weird one that this is ranked so high amongst our, because we're probably still in the like the top 20 here.
yeah.
How about this one? Baseball Horror Volume 1.
What in the fuck random balls is that? No pun intended, but like that's pretty random balls right there.
Yeah,
Are
that
you
is
shit-
This is a really
hilarious.
interesting
Dude, you know what's funny about that? Because when I brought that idea up of doing a baseball horror episode, JP started laughing. He's like, that's fucking stupid. I swear to God, you said that was stupid.
It's still stupid.
And like, okay, so I'm not wrong then. You were completely bitching on the idea of like baseball
I
horror.
don't think
Fucking-
I was. I don't
No,
remember
I
that.
remember at first you were
Probably
like, that is
Jeremy that was
it was
bitching.
fucking
Probably.
stupid. Was Jeremy on that show?
That was literally the right you know what it could be? I think that's the episode where we explained why Jeremy was gone.
You had
Oh,
Dave Z on
maybe.
that episode,
Maybe.
so
Well,
Because I'm pretty sure Jeremy, his last episode was like baby horror or something, and we did baseball horror right after that.
Right.
So that could be why that episode is inflated. But
It could be.
actually, in the top 25 here, Stephen King Volume 1, Salem's Lot.
Stephen King's name brings in the views.
And then, of course, after that, we just have a ton of like Hannibal franchise, Evil Dead Trap, Cronenberg 2, Bava 2, Fulci 3. Top 10 films of 1941. Okay.
Wow. Crazy.
yeah.
Cronenberg Volume 2 was Watson on that one, or was he on the first one?
Yes, he was on both.
He was on.
The
Oh, he's on
first
both.
and the second one.
Speaking on that note, man, check out the last episode, man. Like the winter horror episode. I like that episode. It was fun.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, that's pretty interesting to see like all the
Yeah, the stats are always fun to go through. I dig that shit, dude. I'm a stat person. Like I got my Apple Music stats the other day, and the kid was like killing himself laughing. He's like, dude, like I had like something like 70,000 hours listened to music on my phone from my phone. And that's just what I listen to on my phone. Like I listen when I'm at home, I don't listen to music off my phone. I listen to physical albums, right?
Right.
And he was like blown away. He's like, how could you have so many hours? I'm like, well, I do listen to music all day when I'm working, right? And whatever, but like 70,000 hours. The numbers are funny as hell. It's fucking funny. I like that shit, but yeah, you could probably spit out those numbers all day and I'd be intrigued. I like that shit.
Yeah.
It is shocking to have something like baseball horror so far up there, but you did explain it away a little bit. But you know, the franchise and the trilogies, and it's good to see the Evil Dead trap is up there. I know Parker was on that one.
Yeah, it's really fun to see like what ends up taking off over time, because we pretty much know what is going to do well like when we post it, but like seeing what takes off over time is interesting. Like I know that like one episode like a long time ago that would constantly bring in viewership was the Children of the Corn episode and the Hellraiser episode, because at the time nobody had done the whole franchise.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's still the case. I haven't seen any, but yeah, those are really, really big franchises that nobody wants to tackle because half the movies are probably not everyone's taste. Yeah,
it's a little tough to get through.
I know you mentioned, I say next year for Christmas week, we do Ginger, even though the first one only takes place on Christmas, Ginger Dead Man franchise, which is like what is there 6 films related to it now? It's like crazy.
Oh God.
So. I actually I also have the Evil Bong box set that I would that's another show I want to do, is the 3 full moon movies we picked before we do 92. We do full moon volume 1. Right. So we'll do that. We'll put that
that was a disappointing thing for me at Wasteland this year. I was like, I'll grab all those upgrades of the full moon films, especially ones from 92. Yeah, nobody had any full moon there. I'm like, we're at a fucking convention and there's no full moon Blu-rays anywhere to be found. I'm like, what the hell is going on? In fact, actually, it's kind of weird they bring that up because today HorrorCon announced that Charles Band is going to be there this year because he canceled last year. So he's re-signed up for this year. But yeah.
When's HorrorCon?
It's in June, but we're not going this year because they switched up and they're doing like a fan con / HorrorCon thing. So it's going to be like half people I just don't want to associate with, and they're not doing it in a hotel. It's like in a fucking like convention center. So there's no hotel rooms. Like that was the best thing about HorrorCon, just like Wasteland. Like you go up to your room, grab a beer, come down.
Yeah, that's why I love the Creature Feature in Gettysburg.
Yeah,
it probably has the best layout for any con that I've been to, because it's a hotel, but it also has like about 3 rooms the size of the Wasteland room.
Okay.
And one of them is dedicated to like celebrities. One is like, you know, merch and stuff. And then there's stuff in the hallways too. And then on top of that, there's a bar at like Wasteland. But there's also a movie theater across the street that they rent out and show movies. That's where I watch all those commentaries and stuff.
That's awesome.
And that's where I saw Mutilator 2 and stuff. So, and I got to watch Bathtub Shark Attack on the big screen there. So that's why I like that con a lot. The only thing that sucks about that is there's nobody there. Like we don't know anybody that goes.
Right. And that one's where? Where's that one?
Gettysburg.
And that's in PA? Is that in PA?
Yeah.
Right.
But
yeah.
That's a really fun con. They're fairly new. There's only like 4 years they've been around.
Oh, really? It's a new one. Yeah, see that really sucks for like HorrorCon this year that they're doing this non-hotel thing, because like they've been going on for I think close to 15 years now, and they've always had in the same hotel. It's kind of like it's like Wasteland. It's the same thing, but like it's a bigger one than Wasteland. It has 3 showrooms where it has celebrities and it merged. Like it's big, and but. Yeah, so they got away from that and they're doing it at a convention center now, and they're combining it with one of the other cons, but it's like one of those geek cons. You know, I'm like, fuck that. I'm like, I have no
like more
ambition.
of like a Comic Con.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it is, like a fan con, Comic Con. And like, I have no ambition to ever fucking do Comic Con ever because it just looks so bad to me. And plus, super busy and shit. Like, they're gonna lose a lot of the loyal, fan base of HorrorCon and stuff. And I'm just like fucking so disappointed with this because I go to HorrorCon because there's a bunch of regular people that go there that we all talk to and associate with and stuff. I've met people there that we hang out with and stuff and became friends with and shit. And we meet up every year, kind of like Wasteland. And it's just not going to be the same. I'm fucking so disappointed. So, yeah, not happening. But on the lighter note, we'll be at Wasteland in October.
Nice
with everybody. So, and the wife will be there this year. So,
yeah. And if you guys, if you listeners, this year we got to have Andy show up, aka Retro Slasher. He's been on the show before, and yeah, it's like a Dave Z came this year, so it's like a great meetup spot for the listeners. If
we room together, and Dave, like I can't stress enough, man. He was like the best roommate ever. Super clean, respectful. He even got new towels. Like he was awesome. He was great.
I would be the worst roommate ever.
You actually you weren't even my roommate, and you were the worst. Even Carly was like hanging out in the room. We're all like drinking, having drinks, and I'm like, "Where the fuck is JP?" And she's like, "I don't fucking know."
That reminds me of something that made me laugh while we were
You were sleeping. You were fucking sleeping.
Man.
But I hopefully everyone shows up to the October show again in Wasteland because that's like my favorite one to go to. And plus it's like right at my birthday. It's kind of nice. It's like a good time to go. It's the bigger and better one usually. This past one wasn't. It was actually kind of the weakest one they ever had. Guest wise, theme wise, I should say.
Yeah,
but
regardless, we have fun. Doesn't really matter who's there, dude. It could literally be nobody there.
It was such a fun year, man.
Even the autographs.
Even that pizza joint that we went to was fucking phenomenal. Like that, I loved the pizza that night. It was really good. I think the biggest disappointment was everyone ditching me on the last day and fucking. I got to hang out there by myself.
Oh yeah, that was sad.
Yeah, that sucked because I was really looking forward to that Sunday. I thought we were like going to go out in the city, do some shit, like whatever. Just kind of like go out on a different tangent, and do some shit. But Tyler's to blame too. He just booked out of there. He's like, I'm not fucking staying. Fuck this, Parker, out of there. I'm just like, what just happened, man? Yeah, it was. And then the Bills lost that game too. So
tonight.
It was the topper. We're not doing sports talk. Everyone fucking hates the sports talk. I don't want. Honestly, I'm not like I'm not overly livid about the game tonight. I'm just pissed off at the result. But it was a batshit insane game.
Yeah,
put it that way. But anyways, y'all got anything else to add into the intro before we should probably get into the.
Yeah, this intro is like 2 hours.
Yeah, I think it has been like 2 fucking hours. Yeah. I was thinking this was going to be a short show, and then also we had a 2-hour intro. So, okay. Well, on that note, let's move on, and we'll get into Stephen King Volume 2, which is going to be Misery and Dreamcatcher. Yeah.
Yo, who this?
Yo, Moodz, it's your boy, the ill-mannered funky child, calling you to remind you that the featured reviews on this episode contain spoilers.
Aw, yeah, man, that's right, brother. Thanks for the heads up, playa. Now go back to being an unproductive asshole.
Fuck you. Now tell your listeners to stop being so dumb, silly, sensitive.
Yeah.
And now, our feature presentation.
All right, so getting into the featured reviews here on episode 276, Stephen King Volume 2. We're going to take it back to 1990 with a film called Misery.
Directed by Frank Darabont, not Rob Reiner. I always think it's a Frank Darabont film, but it's Rob Reiner.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, when I think of Rob Reiner, I always think of Meathead.
I always think Stand By Me and Dickie Roberts, former child star.
All in the
Family. Think of how they made fun of him in South Park.
Yeah, he was Meathead on All in the Family. Like, it's just crazy to me that, like, that's who Rob Reiner is. It's fucking blows our mind.
All right. Synopsis on Misery. After a famous author is rescued from a car crash by a fan of his novels, he comes to realize that the care he is receiving is only the beginning of a nightmare of captivity and abuse. All right. So this, movie is directed by Rob Reiner, who previously had directed
Stand By Me.
Yeah, he had done Stand By Me, which is another Stephen King adaptation.
Probably, I mean, honestly, I think that Stand By Me might be the best Stephen King adaptation.
It's a good one.
I don't know if I agree with that.
You see, every time
what do you got? Shawshank?
You got Shawshank, you got The Shining, you got Green Mile.
Well, to be fair, I meant like as an adaptation, like I don't mean as like the quality of movie. I mean like taking what was written and applying it to screen. Because I think I read The Body earlier, maybe like last year, and I was like, man, like he totally fucking captured this whole thing perfectly.
I didn't think about that.
Yeah,
but also one of the best movies that has.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the best movies. Like if I was making a top 10, like this is a movie I know would be on it, like 100%.
Yeah, that movie holds a special place in my heart, man. I saw that in the cinema when it came out. Isn't that crazy? That's nuts. But yeah, like Rob Reiner directed, the Spinal Tap movie, which is fucking hilarious, man. That movie is, it's to this day, it still holds up. It's so funny. But yeah, so we've got a really good cast in this film, man. James Caan plays, the author Paul Sheldon. We got Kathy Bates, who plays the villain, Annie Wilkes. Richard Farnsworth, who plays Buster. He plays the small town sheriff and stuff.
He's awesome.
It's a pretty small cast, really. I mean, the most of the movie is about two characters in a room, kind of thing. But so everyone here has seen Misery probably multiple times.
You got one of my favorites, my 40s crush, Lauren Bacall.
Really?
I love Lauren Bacall.
Yeah, this is I've seen this in the theater actually.
Nice. That's fucking awesome. When did you see it?
Couple years ago. Years ago.
What kind of was it, like a 35 millimeter print?
No, I think it was the 4K actually.
Oh yeah. How did that look?
It looks really good.
Because I will say, man, like the Scream Factory Blu-ray, it looks fine, but like there's a couple scenes toward the end of the film that almost seem like it's out of focus. It's like they didn't master it properly or something, because I don't remember even my DVD looking like that. So I don't know. The transfer is fine for what it is, but yeah, it is what it is. So Misery, how do we approach this? Like, I mean, we've all seen it. We all know the movie. Tyler, what are your thoughts on Misery?
Misery is great. This is one of those movies I've been watching for like 20 years. So one thing I've noticed, like now that I've seen it like so many times, like me and Parker were talking about it the other day, that like I'm starting to see like there's a little bit more humor in this movie, and I think it's like I have the anticipation of like knowing like Kathy Bates is gonna like crack up like soon, so like I'm like giggling like watching her like I'm your number one fan. Like it's so much more like funny to me now, like just like waiting like for like the first like straw to like break. But yeah, this is just like the performances in this movie are so good. James Caan is actually like one of my favorite actors of all time. The last time I watched this movie was the night he died, along with this movie Thief he was in, the debut from Michael Mann. Mm-hmm. But yeah, this is a movie I've always liked. I've watched this movie so many times over the years. Yeah, like you were saying, the cast is so good. Everybody in this movie is like great. I love like Richard Farnsworth as the little sheriff. He like really brings that like small town charm to the role, and like he's like one of those characters like you genuinely love. So like when he gets his demise, which is really good, like that's how I like my jump scares, where like it just there's no like we're gonna build up to do this thing, just it happens and like it gets you. I love it. I think my favorite scenes in this movie are kind of the ones where like James Caan is like where he's alone and he's like trying to like get out of his room and like figure that stuff out. I love it. That stuff is so tense to me, and it really like kind of like that's the stuff in the movie that builds like the tension for me, because like now that like you see the little like mistakes he's made and like you're like like he's like hiding things, you're kind of just like waiting for like all that to bubble over. But yeah, this is I could watch this movie like pretty frequently. This is a movie I like a good bit.
JP.
Yeah, dude. Misery to me is like one of the best, and I think that Kathy Bates' performance is one of the best in horror as well.
Absolutely.
Isn't it funny that she won an Academy Award for this film, and it's like it's a fucking horror film?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I love that.
Yeah, me too.
Just the way from the very beginning, she's so unhinged. She has these moments of like almost likability, because she's so oddball, you know, like
she's so homely she's so homely looking, and she just looked like she couldn't do wrong.
Yeah, and like she gives off this aura that she's very like simple at the beginning. So he's kind of just like laughing, like, oh, this is just some old like harmless old hick that.
Yeah, but she's way smarter.
Yeah,
like she can't be manipulated, really. You know what I mean? There's moments where you know that he's trying to be a certain way to where, like, even when she comes in and she says like, I thought I only loved the writer part of Paul Sheldon, but now I love the whole person or whatever.
Yeah.
And there's a long pause, and you can see the thought process of like him thinking like, should I tell her I love her too? Would that like benefit me type thing? Like, you know what I mean? In a lot of movies, you see that a lot in so many like captive movies where the person that's captive tries to manipulate, and it usually works, the villain into thinking that they are into him or something like that. But she cuts him off before he even has a chance to fully decide what he's going to do, and says like, you don't have to tell me that. I know it wouldn't be true anyway. So you know that she's like capable of seeing manipulation tactics and stuff, and she's actually a lot smarter than she leads on too. We
also learn that later on in the film too, because there's a really horrific moment, a reveal in the film where Paul finds a memory book and he starts flipping through it, and he starts to realize that, holy shit, like this is like a mastermind criminal.
Yeah. That was honestly one of the few things that I like in the book a little bit more, is they go into like all of those stories and like basically her backstory. Those things, and they spend a lot more time on it, which obviously for the movie you wouldn't really do.
No, you wouldn't. It doesn't work as well as in the movie, right?
Yeah. No. But stuff that happens in the book that I'm glad they didn't do was like them cutting his finger off and putting it on the birthday cake. I just feel like that would come off super cheesy. Yeah.
I don't think it's like, I mean, when you read that in the book, like, honestly, like the violence that Annie implicates on Sheldon throughout the film is so much more horrific in the book. It really is. But I get why Rob Reiner didn't do that, because like in the book, she cuts off his foot instead of breaking his ankles with a sledgehammer in the movie. I think the breaking the sledgehammer, like using that as like a film adaptation, it actually works a lot better.
It does.
I totally agree.
The visual of like his ankle, like just the way it like flies out, like his way his foot flies.
Well, it's because this movie
direction.
It wouldn't benefit from becoming like a gore film. You know what I mean?
Right. It's horrific as it is.
Yeah.
Without the crazy gore, and you do see it, but even like the build up where she's telling the story about the diamond workers in the mines, and how they would get hobbled so they couldn't steal or something, and I just think that whole build up and that moment where she finally swings the sledge is just so gut wrenching, and it's brutal. And I remember watching that as a kid. And
that's a visual.
It's the way she approaches it, though. It's the way she approaches that scene, though. Like, she just comes in, doesn't say a fucking thing, and then she's just like, it's on. Like, I know you're out there, man, because like my little statue thing or whatever.
Little penguin always faces north.
Yeah, and then she due north, and then she just does her shit, and I'm just like, oh my god, dude, it's brutal. Yeah, that's definitely one thing that reading in the book, because I'd read the book before I saw the movie, obviously, and then because I didn't see the movie for I think a couple years after it even came out or whatever, but But yeah, like when you read it, you're like, okay, but I can see why that wasn't implicated into film. What Rob Reiner does with that story. To be honest, like there's a few moments like there's a few moments of like Annie Wilkes's torture and you know what she does. Like I think it works really well in the book. But for the adaptation, I can see it's not about that. It's not about the, you know, that torture porn kind of like and gore film and stuff like so. Rob Reiner's adaptation, I think, is really well done in that aspect. The one thing I do miss from the book is reading into Paul Sheldon's thoughts, his thought process. You get a lot of anguish and stuff. And like the way when you read the book, it's so brutal. Like his thought process, like he's suffering so fucking bad. You don't really get that in the movie. You get it through the facial expressions. Like there's this key moment in the film where he builds up all the pills that she's been given to him. He actually steals a bunch and he plans on drugging her and obviously trying to escape or maybe even kill her. I don't know what his actual plan is. But when she spills the wine, that moment in the film is so heartbreaking for not only the viewer, but you see it in his face. It's just pure devastation.
Yeah.
And that's about
Do you think she did that on purpose?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. And going back to what Tyler said, this is actually where I was getting to my point. She is so much smarter than she appears. She uses stupid ass words and she comes off as being a fucking ditz and like a dummy and shit, but she's very calculated. She's very, very smart. And we understand that as viewership. She spills that wine because she knows, she smells something's wrong with that situation. She knows that he sent her out of the room on purpose so he could spike her fucking drink. And that's what's so beautiful about that scene, because you see it in his face. You see that horror. But going back to the book, you get a lot more of that, like just the pain and suffering he's doing.
And also they spend a lot of time in the book about like the actual dependency he gets onto the painkillers and sort of the hardships of like weaning himself off those. So
I feel like in the book too, they make it more clear like that it's like a longer period of time. It makes it feel like lonelier.
They do a decent job in the movie, but because you see like the weather change and stuff like that.
I still don't feel like it's that. I mean, it's obviously only maybe a couple months or something like that, because like we do get a little bit of weather change, but it's still winter. Like it might be getting into spring because they're kind of in the mountains too, so it's kind of hard to tell because it takes a lot longer for the the snow to actually deplete in the mountains, right? So we don't really know. I feel like it's like a decent length of time, but in the book, I feel like it's goes on forever. Right? I feel like it's like a whole season kind of thing. So yeah.
There's like so many scenes in this movie just showcase like how amazing Kathy Bates was. But she has like, I love the scene where she talks about, the whole idea of like the plot of this movie, besides the fact that she just takes him, right? There's other things that are happening that are really engaging, like the fact that his newest Misery novel is just about to come out and he was writing his next novel, which was not a Misery novel. And so she gets the Misery novel and she is fucking pissed. Like,
she's actually not like, so when she reads that she doesn't know it's the last Misery novel, right? And she's loving it until he kills Misery off, and then she fucking goes full blown crazy fucking religious freak, right?
Yeah,
like she
just loses that scene.
She loses.
She's so impulsive too, which is what makes her character great. Is she's very, very impulsive. You can almost piece together like the type of person she was like growing up.
It captures fandom, like in being a fanatic, so well, right? Because she was like Sheldon's best friend, and then all of a sudden, like, what did you do? You can't do that. Misery was not only just a character to her. It was like everything to her. Like she believed and lived by it. Like, and so when he killed her off, holy fuck, she like just. I mean, it's kind of crazy when you think about it. Like, obviously it's a movie, but like if he didn't kill Misery, we don't get the movie. Right? She fucking does all this shit, right? Like it's kind of crazy.
And then she has him burn his like, only copy of like his like new work that he's very proud of.
So that's actually a big difference from the book. In the book, he doesn't actually burn the only manuscript. He actually gets away with burning just a pile of papers, where in the movie they change it to actually burning the only print of it because they explain it away why he only has one print and stuff like that, which I think is really cool. But in the book, he doesn't actually burn it.
I can't remember that in the book.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Yeah, it doesn't burn it.
But
that's different.
So she has him write a new Misery novel.
Yeah.
And the way that whole thing plays out is really interesting too, because it actually like forces him to be like a good novelist in a way.
Well, it's funny because it's like he has to like get in her own head because he needs to write something she's gonna like.
No, he writes exactly what she wants to hear.
That's like it's interesting.
That's
like,
why
he gets in her own head and he like writes her own fanfic novel.
He's willing to destroy it because he doesn't give a fuck about this because this is not what he wants.
Yeah,
I love that about Sheldon.
It's also like the fact that he just tries to like, you know, half-ass it like a regular, like something he doesn't care about, but like she gets mad because the way he brings Misery back didn't make sense, so he actually had to be like creative about it.
And that's something I think doesn't make any sense because if she destroyed the novel, like Misery was never in the ground.
I know.
No, she never destroyed the novel.
His novel that he wrote, she was mad because Misery died, so she like was like Misery's in the ground.
Yeah, but that's not the novel she destroys.
In the movie,
she gets the new novel from the bookstore, the new Misery novel from the bookstore.
No, that was an old book.
No.
Okay, what are you talking about?
He gets the book that she's reading is not like the manuscript. That's not a Misery story. That's his new shit.
No, that's a Misery story.
No, it's a Misery story, dude, because he kills Misery in that manuscript. It was just untitled.
And that's what Kanaga.
He didn't know how to title it because he even talks about it in the beginning of the film. He's like, man, he says something on the lines of like, I'm so happy that I'm finally moving on from this character and stuff like that. And he literally killed. That's why she fucking loses her mind in the film, is because he
from
kills
the new book that she.
That wasn't a new book. That was an old book. That was his original printing of it that she saw in the window.
The script that he ends up burning is the final Misery book that he kills her. That he kills.
It's not.
I promise you, it is.
Yes, it is.
It's not.
Go watch the scene again.
Yes, it is, dude.
It is.
This is the whole reason why she goes fucking batshit, because he killed Misery. She didn't like the fact that he killed Misery because she loved Misery. She
gets that book from the town.
No, she doesn't. That's an old Misery novel. It was the original pressing of it in the window, and she got excited and bought it. And she even says that all your Misery novels were there.
Yeah.
She would have read that.
You guys are wrong.
No,
I know I'm not wrong.
No, the new Misery novel just came out.
No, it had it. I promise you, that's not true.
So explain to me the manuscript that he wrote and that he has to burn. Why does he?
That's a non-Misery book because she even says like, I'm not really into this.
Dude,
she's not into it because of the profanity, because she gets mad that like
because it's a non-misery. It's not a Misery story.
It's a
Misery story. The reason why he's fine with she's like going over the top about the swearing and blah 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 and stuff, but she's fucking loses her mind because he kills Misery off in that book. That was the end of Misery for Paul Sheldon, was that manuscript, and then that's why he was like so like fuck. I gotta burn my. Nobody would want to burn.
Yeah, because it wasn't a Misery story. It was something more personal to him because he was burnt out on Misery.
No,
watch it again, bro. I'm very sure about.
How the fuck are both? Dude, I've seen this movie 100 times. Dude, that script that he writes at the lodge is the last Misery book.
Exactly.
It was untitled because he didn't know how to title. He was contemplating on the title because he didn't want to give anything away because he didn't want to let people know that he was killing off Misery, right? That's why he left it untitled, because he didn't know what to title the fucking book, because that was what his big thing was. He was like, I'm finally moving on from fucking Misery. You know, it's like when you do like, what do you do, 70 books or something like that, they say, of the same character over and over again. It's like Days of Our Lives at this point. But yeah. I don't know what the fuck JP is watching, but
no, it's the truth, dude. I'm trying to look it up because what you're saying makes sense. That why nobody would the next book wouldn't make
Why
sense.
would she freak out about something that she had no connection to if she was just reading some random book?
She freaked out about Misery's death in the new Misery novel that just came out.
Then why the fuck does she make him burn the manuscript then?
Because
what does it have to do with anything?
Important to him, and she's like, "You're not worried about this. You're gonna write a Misery novel."
Dude, she was literally reading.
Hold on. We're on Wikipedia.
She's literally
JP's actually right.
Then why is she reading the fucking? Why is she taking the manuscript and reading? She's like, I'm on 60 pages. Like
she read that too.
Yeah, she read that.
She read
too?
that first.
Yeah,
before
so
the new
I'm
Misery
reading
novel.
it. So this is something I guess I've just never missed because that actually makes more sense. Because
no, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Because it is
burn it though.
Yes, because she's like, you don't like you're focusing on this garbage. You should be focusing on Misery.
Yeah. It actually says I'm reading on Wikipedia right now. Wanting to focus on more serious stories, he writes a manuscript that he hopes will launch his post-Misery career. I always thought that was the last Misery novel.
No, it's not.
And she read it. Yeah, no, you are right. I thought that too.
Dude, like what in the fuck? So the movie's kind of stupid then because it's not overly that clear because like when she's taking,
it isn't clear.
It is clear.
It isn't clear if we all have had this. It's clearly not clear if we've all.
No, it's not because
watch it again and you can tell you get.
I understand.
They literally
goes to the store and buys the new Misery book.
Yeah, okay, but like I'm talking about the script that he just wrote. He could have a book.
He is right. When
you got to remember, he was up there for a few months.
When she said first pressing, I didn't know that was first pressing of a new Misery book. I thought it was like an old Misery book.
It's the newest Misery book. She starts reading it. So you got to look at it this way, right? Paul has already finished the Misery series and the book is about to be released. He's working on his next book at the Lodge, a non-Misery story. He's happy with it because he can finally get out of Misery. So then he gets in the car accident. She reads his manuscript. She doesn't like it because it's totally not Misery because it has profanity and stuff like that. It's some new story that's not like Misery at all. So she doesn't really like it. She goes to the store. She gets the new Misery novel that has just been released because things happen in you publish it. It takes a while to come out once you submit it. Right. So then that's why she's so concerned about how the next one takes place. And
that makes sense. Because that was something I always thought was stupid watching this movie.
I always looked at it as the one that he was writing was the end of Misery because that's why she makes him burn it because like she's fucking tripping dicks on like you can't fucking kill Misery and we don't want the rest of the world to know that you fucking killed Misery.
He wouldn't really care that much. It wouldn't be as big of a deal to him if it was just a Misery novel that they burned because he doesn't like the Misery novels.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying, I mean, it's still your work, right? It's like, it's your fucking work.
Yeah.
Like you don't really want to burn anything, but I thought
it was like the end.
she didn't want the world to know that like, Misery is dead. Like that.
Yeah, that's how I always took it. And I took it the same way as you, where she got me into the manuscript and she was like, "You know
what's kind of stupid about this? They never show her actually reading the actual novel. They only ever
show her reading each, and they kind of made like based on this too. She must have either sped read the novel. She never talks about like the end of the novel. She just like
so she technically was reading two books at one time. Then
she was.
No,
she never.
She does the manuscript way before not way before because it's not that long of a movie, but she does the manuscript first. Then she starts reading the Misery novel.
Yeah, I think the thing where we miss out is she never like concludes like the manuscript. She just like the last.
This has brought it down for me. It's a little bit muddled because now think about
it. It is muddled.
It makes more sense. It fixes the plot hole that you had.
There wasn't a plot hole with that.
Yeah,
man.
like you said,
why would the one I had?
Yeah, you guys said that why would. If she's burning the Misery book, then how would the start of the next Misery book even make sense?
Yeah, that was something I always I thought was stupid.
Oh yeah. Because I actually did think about that too. I'm like, what do you mean? You like if nobody knew how it fucking ended, then why
that's how I was like, why would you care?
Okay, so that is actually one of my complaints. So it turns out that we're just fucking retards. We're just fucking retards.
It obviously
it's crazy. I watched so many times and never not thought that book was the end of Misery, because I always took it as this thing, and she's pissed off that she killed off, and that she doesn't want people to know that Misery.
I took it the same way as you, and I've seen this movie like 10 plus times over 20 years.
And you guys were sitting there saying, "I promise you that you're wrong."
I looked it up, and I was like confident I was right, but damn.
Yeah, but it is Wikipedia, and JP probably just wrote that on there anyways.
Yeah, no, seriously, I'm telling you, next time you watch the movie, watch it with that thought, and I guarantee you'll be like, "Oh, this."
How in the fuck have I seen Misery so many times and never took it a different?
Because it's a little bit confusing. Because
it's confusing, but you always watch it with the same frame of mind after. It's like, she freaks out, like, because there's a point in the film where when she literally throws down the new manuscript and then she loses her shit, and then like all you're thinking is, yeah, he killed Misery. She's fucking pissed off because she was in love with these characters.
Yeah.
Lived by these characters. She's like, fuck you, Paul Sheldon. You need to rid the world of this filth. She literally says that in the film. And it's like, you can't not think it's not related to Misery. It's like so bizarre. It's weird.
I think, like, believe me, I had the same thought as you. Like, for all these years.
Yeah, but it actually makes less. Your thought makes.
It does make less sense. That's why I had the problem. That's why I had the question that, like, why would she care?
No, this actually makes complete sense until you incorporate the fact that he has to write from that vantage point after the fact. That's where the problem. That's where it becomes problematic, right? Yeah. So now, in theory, I get it, but I mean.
It's definitely
I'm cutting out this whole conversation because it just made me and Tyler look stupid as shit.
No, don't do that.
I'm literally going to cut out this.
I guarantee you there are listeners that probably
it's going to blow some listeners' minds. Yeah, it's going to blow. You got to leave it in.
But you have to admit, though, it's not clear as day because they never show her reading that novel.
Yeah,
they show her with it.
I think they do show her reading it though, up in her room at one point.
They don't make it clear that it's a new novel.
He's watching the dating game, eating Cheetos. Watching the dating game.
Oh my god, that scene made me think of the Wasteland story where like Carly was like, JP's sitting on the bed eating potato chips on his stomach.
Right,
dude. Yeah, Moodz gave me those potato chips, and
I was laughing my ass off. Like,
I also ate like half, like a quarter of a pizza that I found for some reason.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah,
were those chips good?
Yeah, they were those queso ruffles.
Yeah, man.
Some random guy left.
I never had those.
We were disgusting. We just found it. We were drunk at 3 a.m. We're like, we're gonna eat this. Fuck it.
Yeah. Well, they did just order it in like ate 2 pieces and like left it. So.
Yeah.
All right. So like my mind is a little bit blown, but like getting to the Annie Wilkes character, like it goes to my I have it in my notes. I'm like, man, it just proves my point. Like. How religious nuts are literally fucking nuts, right? Like they play that off too. Like she's this religious person, but like tries to justify everything that she does and kind of hide behind the fucking cloth, right? That's exactly what King is talking about.
Is she really that? I don't even notice she was really that religious.
She's super, dude. She's rocking the fucking cross. She's always talking. She doesn't swear.
That was actually something that
I just thought she was very old fashioned.
No,
yeah, that was something that made me laugh, like watching this, because I just laugh at everything now, I guess. But there was like a part like she was going off on him, just like if this woman was wearing a fucking cross.
Mm-hmm.
I like I like the scene where she talks about the cheat, that bringing Misery back that way is a cheat, and she talks about the old like cereals, and talks about he didn't get out of the cock-a-doodle car. Like dude, that is perfect description of who Annie Wilkes is.
Yeah, because she's fucking religious nuts that talk like that. They're crazy as shit, dude. Cock-a-doodle? Who the fuck talks like that? It's crazy. People that don't swear because they're one with God, I guess. But yeah, like she's like this crazy fucking religious nut that just took her shit way too far. But like I like the progression of the character because like you don't know how in depth and how kind of sadistic she really is, right? She's like that typical fucking nut that's hiding behind the cloth and like doesn't feel like anything's wrong. But in fact, she has killed a bunch of kids. She's killed a ton of people. She's killed her husband. She's killed all these fucking people. That reveal is crazy to me. It kind of puts in perspective like how nutty she actually is. One of the biggest differences that I can think of from like the book to like the film is the subplot with the sheriff. In the book, the sheriff isn't really a big part of the story. Becomes a little bit towards the end and stuff, but in the movie, it switches back to like that subplot. But that's also for movie purposes, right? You have to have like a kind of subplot to get away from, these two type characters. There's just not enough story there, right? You have to switch it up. So I like that aspect. I like that in the film versus the book. I think that's pretty cool. But his death in the book is way better. It's so much more violent, but it works better in the film because it's more of a jump scare. It's kind of like one of those, oh shit moments, right?
Yeah.
Where in the book, like, I think he gets shot, but then she also runs him over with a lawnmower. Like, she hacks him up with a lawnmower and shit. So it's like really drawn out. One thing in the book that I actually do like better too is in the movie versus the book is Annie Wilkes' death. So in the movie, I think it works a lot better. Like, what he does to her. I won't give everything away if you haven't seen the movie, but in the novel, she basically like succumbs to like her injuries from the typewriter as she's going outside kind of deal. And I think that's kind of lame. I think that's actually kind of lame. It doesn't work for theatrical versions, like, purposes,
It's probably more realistic, but it doesn't like work as well theatrically.
Exactly. So I think what Rob Reiner did with her death was it's a lot more violent in the movie than it is in the book, for sure, but it works better for cinema wise. But like, thinking back, like on the sheriff's death, like his death in the book is so much more brutal. It's fucking brutal. But again, if you're going to cut out Sheldon losing his fucking leg hacked off with an axe and his thumb used as a birthday candle and shit, you're not going to put in the sheriff's death the way he died too. So that's a little bit different. There's subtle differences in the book to the movie. Like the setting in the book, I think, is set in Denver, where this one is Northern California, obviously in the snow. He drives a Mustang in the movie, where he drives a Camaro, I think.
I don't remember any of the fine details.
I think it's a Camaro in the book. I think that's what he drives. There's like little subtle differences. I think the biggest thing that I remember from the book that was cool, like I said before, was the just getting into the mind of Paul Sheldon, like his psychological aspects, and like I think that's described really well by Stephen King, where you don't get that in the film. You get a lot of facial stuff. Like I talked about the wine scene and stuff. There's a couple other scenes where you can see the thoughts brewing in his mind, but it's not the same as it is in the book. I think that aspect of the story works a lot better in the book. But that's like kind of what I can remember. I don't really remember the other stuff, but regardless, I think that we're dumb as shit. We don't know what the fuck we're talking about. So narrative.
It happens.
Come on, man. How many other fucking people thought the same thing?
Probably a lot. Honestly, probably a lot of people. Because I know, like, I said the same problem. Like when I watched this with my girlfriend, I said the same problem. I know she's also seen this movie before, and she agreed. Like the same thing. Like she was on the same wavelength as me. So it's obviously not that clear.
It
makes
isn't.
sense. And like if you think back now, like I get where it comes from, and it does make sense more logistically, but it definitely is not clear. If like this many,
like my biggest thing was like when she slams that shit down, she's like, you need to rid the world of this filth.
Yeah, it's weird how like the same words work for both scenarios.
Right. I think it's actually really funny towards like in the third act of this film when shit kind of goes crazy for their battle and stuff, and she calls him a cocksucker.
Like she finally slips
totally out of character, right?
Cocksucker.
Like it says cocksucker, and I'm like, oh my god, that shit's fucking ridiculous. But because like the dialogue that's written for her in this film is so great, because again, going back to the religious nut shit, you can't swear, so you use words like cockadoodie and oh my god, dude, that fucking story about the dude going off the cliff and she fucking loses her mind, dude, is one of the best scenes in the whole film. That shit is so priceless, man. Her performance is so good.
I love that first scene, like what we were talking about, where she finally cracks at night. He just wakes up in the middle of the night. And she's
dude,
like,
that's scary.
Yeah.
Got anything else?
One thing I will say.
Well, I should ask, do you have anything else, JP, that you want to enlighten us on here? Mr. fucking Smarty Pants. So did you always see the film like that, or you just...
No, I told you that I used to think it was the way you think it. And I think it might have been when I saw it in the theater that I noticed that it was like, oh, that's not the same book.
That's trippy, man. I don't even understand how two people that watch films critically can completely watch this movie so many times and think the same thing over and over again. It's crazy to me. Like, I guess
I think your mind automatically goes there, just piecing it together, where you're just assuming, and then you just don't pay attention to the subtle differences. I think if you next time you watch it, I think it'll be obvious after you see it that, like, oh yeah, okay, that makes sense.
You know, only crazy people listen to Liberace, and this actually proves my point.
I'm going to put on my Liberace records.
It's so true, man. I swear it's like, you know, these serial killers in these films, like fucking Sons of the Lambs and stuff. They listen to, like, you know, the symphonies and the operas and stuff, and like all this shit that the normal person wouldn't associate with being.
See, I love all that stuff,
music.
And I'm fine.
But it is weird how, like, it always is associated with, like, psychopaths and serial killers. Then you listen to this shit. Why is that?
Yeah,
what
I'm totally fine.
It's because it's overly sophisticated. Like, a lot of serial killers have very, very high IQs. So this type of music is very...
I also have a very high IQ.
Well, you did prove it a little bit on us here tonight, so it's not so bad. So I don't... You know, the Mexican...
Like, remember when I thought that Jason was wearing a human mask in part 5? Like, that's some high level thinking right there.
Yeah, dude, that's actually kind of funny.
Yeah, so
shit.
Rating?
Dude, I don't even understand that old Jason thing. That's fucked up to me, man. That's crazy. Yeah, I definitely did not think that, but well, we'll start with you. What do you give it?
Yeah, one of my all-time favorite horror movies. I think that it's brilliant. I think that it is, like, critically acclaimed, which we normally don't get from, like, mainstream critics for horror films. So that's always been cool to see that people love and respect this movie. I also think it has, like, one of the more shocking moments with the hobbling, iconic as hell as well. And when you think of, like, women performances in horror, doesn't get much better than Kathy Bates, honestly. It's literally one of the best ever. And yeah, I give it a 10. Like, it's a 10 to me.
Tyler.
Yeah, Misery. Movie that I will probably continue to watch for a long time. Great film. 9 out of 10.
I'm at a 9.5 on this one.
Okay, so it does in fact make the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, the revelation that just happened didn't really change a lot for me. It just
it doesn't change my rating.
No, it really didn't. But yeah, whatever. I was at 9.5 anyways. So, but good stuff though.
28.5, so it makes it with a half point to spare.
Now we haven't had a Hall of Famer in so long.
Yeah, I think it's deserving. It's classic.
75 show. We had Hall of Famers.
I guess. I guess all the Argentos are already in there, right?
Yeah, I think so.
There might have been a new one in the Argento.
I know Phenomena was
I don't know.
Was Phenomena in the Hall of Fame before? Because
I give Phenomena was. I don't think Inferno was.
Because I gave it a 10.
Made it.
What did you guys give it then?
I gave it a 7.
I think I gave it a 9 or something. I can't remember.
What did Dave give it?
Isn't David a 9?
Dave gave it at least an 8. 8.5 probably. He probably gave it. It was like his number 2. It had to have been like at least a 9.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm thinking. It had to have been at least a 9.
Yeah, because it was like my number like 9 or something.
Because if Inferno's not in there, it should be then, because that would be 28 right there.
I can't imagine his like number like 2 or 3 was like not a 9.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, anyways, that's Stephen King's Misery from 1990.
22 shots.
All right. right, so getting into the second feature here on Stephen King Volume Dux, we're going to take it back to 2003. I'm probably pretty sure that year sucked, but I have no idea. We'd have to look.
I don't think it's the worst. It's not as bad as 2004.
Yeah. All right, with a film called Dreamcatcher. Now, this is actually a story that I've never read. I never read the book.
Either.
I have, actually.
Did someone, was it you, Tyler, that said that Stephen King even said that this is not a good book of his? Like he actually doesn't like the
Stephen
book?
King thinks this book is terrible.
Okay.
And at least when I was like really researching Stephen King books, which probably would have been at least like 8 years ago, this consistently was considered like one of his worst books. And I do think the book is kind of like not good, but it's not like awful.
So, with that information, why would, if Stephen King came out and flat out said that Dreamcatcher is one of his worst books, if not his worst book, why would someone do an adaptation of it? Like
I think this adaptation came out like really soon after the book. I'm pretty sure this book came out like early 2000s.
Oh, so he wasn't public about his not love for it.
Maybe not yet. But the thing is, like, the big reason, like, it's funny. You can kind of really see the inspiration bleed through into the script.
Yeah.
He got into a really bad car accident. Not like he got hit while he was like,
he got hit
by like a truck.
Yeah.
And he spent a lot of time in the hospital, and he was like all hopped up on painkillers, and like that's when he wrote this book. So this is kind of like a drug induced like haze, and that's why there's like so much like weird shit in this book, and like so many like weird like line. And it gets, I think, more into it in the book, but like you can see there's like a lot of like characters of like weird things, and it's not really like a lot of Stephen King stuff at all. And there's like all this like stuff like that has to do with trauma and like car crashes.
I'm not gonna give him, a pass on being all hopped up on drugs and writing Dreamcatcher, because like, let's face it, man, like he doesn't really remember writing Pet Sematary, other stories in the early 80s and shit.
He
like
wrote, I believe
came out pretty good.
He wrote The Running Man in like a weekend.
Yeah. Well, it's short. It is short. But
so was the book good then, Tyler, or what?
Not comparatively, but like I've only read like 20 something Stephen King books, and it probably would be like in the bottom half, but it wasn't like a book that I was just like, this is like awful.
Let me ask you something.
Yeah.
So the movie adaptation versus the novel, is it warranted of its running time?
Kinda, honestly.
Because the book is big, right? It's a long.
The book's big, and it goes into like a lot of like sidetrack stuff like Stephen King tends to do. But one thing that really bloats the book that I probably would like a lot less if I read it, that whole like scene with like the car, almost kind of like the car chase of like going to like Darien and going to Massachusetts. In the book, that's like 250 pages.
Yeah, it's
like loaded as hell.
That's the typical Stephen King, shutting a door takes 2 or 3 pages. It's like, why? It's exactly. It's okay.
And it's a lot slimmer in the movie, which is good.
Right. All right. So Dreamcatcher from 2003 synopsis. Friends on a camping trip discover that the town they are vacationing in is being plagued by an unusual fashion of parasitic aliens from outer space. I mean, that's pretty good. That's not bad. So Dreamcatcher from 2003. This is actually a movie that was filmed in the city I live in. I did not live here at the time this movie was filmed here. In 2003, I was not around here. So, yeah, I just wasn't here. I guess I didn't need to say that, but I didn't live here at the time. But yeah, it's filmed in my home city. I'm not going to say what it is. If you go on IMDb, you can find it out. But yeah, so Dreamcatcher. You guys have seen the movie before?
Yeah,
I saw it when it came out.
Right.
I remember this being kind of a big deal when it came out. I remember,
I do too. I remember it being like marketed as like the next big like Stephen King movie. Like, and I remember I remember it just being like pushed like a big movie, and it also has that of a cast of like a really big movie.
It does
Yeah.
actually. This is an interesting film. So it's directed by Lawrence
Kasdan, who is like he's made some movies. Like he's so like I kind of laughed at that. Oh yeah, I laughed at that. I laughed at that like when we read off it was him. It was like Lawrence Kasdan directed this, but not this guy made Body Heat, made The Big Chill. He wrote Raiders of the Lost Ark and The Bodyguard. Like his
writing credits are better in this movie. Like Body Heat's okay, Big Chill's decently funny, Silverado's okay, Wyatt Earp's okay. Like I don't think he's done. I mean, look at his filmography after the fact. Like he did this in 3.
Well, he was washed by the time he did this.
Oh yeah, like Darling Companion came out in 2000. Yeah. Like he didn't even do another movie for 9 years after this.
Yeah, he was washed, but like he was a credible name at like in 2003 to like make like a big Hollywood movie. He was a studio director.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, none of his movies were like phenomenally huge, like popular mainstream type films. Like I mean, people know his films, but like I wouldn't say those movies were really blockbusting anything. I mean, they don't have to be. I'm just saying for a studio director, I wouldn't. He's kind of like your C shelf kind of guy.
Maybe
in my opinion, I don't know. But yeah, no, this one actually has a really decent cast. Like surprisingly, Morgan Freeman's in this film as like a psychotic fucking colonel. Like it's a totally different role for Morgan Freeman because like if you're familiar with Morgan Freeman, which I'm sure you probably are, because if you aren't, that's fucking ridiculous. But he kind of plays like the same type of characters in like a lot of films. It's not really a bad thing.
Another movie where he's kind of like
psychotic,
character.
Yeah,
just like a heel character. He's always like a wholesome guy or just like
this one guy. He's just super unlikable because he really just wants to. He just wants to fucking genocide, dude. He doesn't give a fuck about people. He just wants to get the job done. He's your very typical fucking psychotic military head. We got Thomas Jane in the film. Jason Lee, who plays Jason Lee in this movie. Like he's literally like fucking Brody from Mallrats. Yeah. I swear to God, he's Brody from Mallrats in this film.
But I liked him in this film. It was probably good they killed him off earlier. Probably got annoyed. But
yeah, Damian Lewis plays Jason
Lee, the guy that gets killed like early in the toilet.
The first friend.
My Name Is Earl guy.
Yeah, Jason.
Yeah, the guy from.
Yeah, he's awesome in this movie.
Man, really?
I love the little kid version that played him in the flashback.
I love that guy too.
It reminded me of like the little kid from the new It movies that plays. I forgot like Eddie or something.
Yeah, I just feel like he's Brody from Mallrats in this film. But I love Mallrats, but yeah. Anyways, Damian Lewis plays Jonesy. You got Timothy Olyphant who plays Pete. He's in tons of shit. You'd recognize his face. Tom Sizemore's in the film. Donnie Wahlberg, man. Jesus Christ, dude. He plays fucking Dunnitz in this film.
That was Donnie Wahlberg.
Yeah. Bro, Donnie Wahlberg has had a couple roles in his career. He's so unrecognizable. Like to the point where you're like, what the fuck? It's actually that's the coolest thing about this movie is that Dunnitz is Donnie Wahlberg. As an adult.
Thought that was actually a mentally like handicapped person.
Yeah, dude, he kills it. Like that, easily the best thing about this film. But so we decided to do these films, and I could not fucking find my DVD of Dreamcatcher. I could not find. I still can't. But I thought long and hard about it, and I figured out what happened to it. So a bunch of years ago, my brother-in-law wanted to borrow some movies, and I was just like, okay. So it was like The Goonies and Labyrinth, and there was a couple other ones in there that I'd upgraded. I had the DVD sitting around. He didn't care. He'd watch the DVDs is fine, but he wanted to watch Dreamcatcher because it was filmed in our home city. And so I'd forgot that he had taken Dreamcatcher or whatever, and I told him to keep all the films that he borrowed off me because I already upgraded everything, and that this is where it went. So I never got it back. That's the story. So I actually don't even own this film anymore, which I don't give a fuck. Yeah. But so, so I'd watched this movie, I think a couple years after it came out. Like I'd only ever seen this one once. I didn't really remember it much. So it was, this rewatch was kind of like watching it for the first time. Like I remembered some things about it.
Yeah.
I remembered some things. Yeah. Like I remembered, some of the, establishing shots and stuff. I'm like, yep, that's my city. But or the outskirts. It wasn't shot in the city, but it was shot in the outskirts. But Tyler or JP, what are your thoughts on Dreamcatcher?
So Dreamcatcher for me is a tale of like two movies. I think the first half is actually pretty solid. And I think the second half is really boring and just very standard. In fact, I think a lot of I feel like there's unique ideas that are just like basically painted over with like standard Hollywood shit.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So for me, like, I think that the actual like aliens, like the stuff in the cabin, the like telekinetic friendship thing, there's like Stand By Me and like It vibes with that. The the stuff inside the mind, I think, is creative and cool. With like the filing away of things. The actual story, I think, is fine and interesting. The villain, Bob or Mr. Gray or whatever, which is essentially in the Stephen King lexicon, there's theories that Gray, the guy from the Stand, forget hit that character's Randall Flagg, and Pennywise are like all the same entity. So,
you know, it actually does make sense, because I was thinking about that whole lexicon type thing, and like this movie has hints of like Stand By Me, and it has hints of It, you know, with the flashbacks with the kid. And there's even a scene where like it seems it's like a scene out of It, right? Like they're looking at the manhole and stuff like that. They're talking, doing all that type of shit and stuff. Like there's all these connections in the Stephen King world in this film. I don't know if it was just him doing, you know, homages to these type of films and like just the way it's filmed and the way it is and stuff. Like, but if you're a Stephen King head, you're going to catch on to those type of things. But yeah, it kind of makes sense.
Well, also even the like the town where like it takes place in Derry, like part of it in Derry as well. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it does.
And in the actual book, from what I understand, there are connections to the It novel.
Oh, really? Well, there you go.
Like at the train station or the old building where they're trying to see what's her face's pussy. There's somebody wrote Pennywise lives in there, like in graffiti and stuff.
Right.
So there is connections. And I think like the flashback stuff is some of the better stuff in the movie, and I'm like,
it's the only.
I would rather watch that.
It's honestly the only good stuff. I'll be honest, man. Like this film, all the flashback scenes are my favorite parts. I can't stand. This is my biggest problem with this movie, is that these characters as adults are written so poorly. And the dialogue is so bad in this movie.
Dialogue, it's bad.
The dialogue is
that. I like that.
No, I think the dialogue is so juvenile. It's so pathetically bad, and it's not so bad. It's funny, good. You know what I mean? Like it's. Good. I think it's really bad, and I think these characters are written so poorly to the fact that like, they're not completely hateable. You just don't like all these main characters at all. Like they're like such mid characters.
I like all four of them.
Really? See, I don't like any of the characters.
That's like the only thing I like about the movie. Like, I actually find the characters.
I like the characters better as kids, and I like Dunnett as a kid, and like when
I like the kids. The kids that are cool. The kids are
way
charming.
Better. They don't get a lot of flashback stuff, but you do get the narrative. You know, like they're, you know, why they have these powers and things like that. I guess to a point, it doesn't really make a lot of sense, but I don't know, man.
I think that the like the shit weasel and like that whole toothpick scene is pretty good. I think that I like it's actually very wintry feeling. It feels like a blizzard.
Oh yeah, for sure.
They must have shot this like in high winter here, because it really captures a lot of snow. Like I think we were still getting decent winters around 2003. Like that's kind of the point where we weren't getting winters. So yeah, I don't know, man, dude, this movie it has potential to be so much better, and it's such an unlikable movie for me, man.
It feels like a studio movie that got in its own way.
The effects are horrible. I just don't really care for the full narrative of the movie. Like
it gets kind of actiony too.
The Morgan Freeman character,
especially in the third act. Like the third act is very like
it's so stupid. Like he's getting the green light. He's getting the green light just to go and fucking just annihilate an entire area. I'm like, this is so ridiculous. Like, it doesn't even really explain it. Like he just has all the control over that. Like I'm just gonna go and fucking annihilate. Like it's so.
He's been hunting aliens for 25 years.
I know.
Bro.
So you get
across the Curtis line.
You totally get that Men in Black vibe from this, because we know right from the start, like, you know, Morgan Freeman's character and Tom Sizemore, they've been doing this for a while. It's like the Men in Black site, you know, the section of the military or the government or whatever. And, so it doesn't really need to be explained. They've just been doing it for a while or whatever. So they're going to do what they're going to do. So maybe they have the red light on that or the green light just to go and annihilate shit. I have no idea, but it just seems utterly ridiculous. And like the way they portray these characters is just like, fuck, it's almost comical. Like Morgan Freeman's character is almost comical. Like he literally gives Tom Sizemore a gun that he got from John Wayne. I'm like, dude, this is stupid. I'm like,
oh yeah, but that's a M1911 sick gun.
Yeah, it's a nice gun, but I'm just like, come on. But I think one of my biggest problems with this film is, when you have four main characters and this is the focus point of your film, you need these characters to be at least likable. Like I'm saying, don't get me wrong. They're not completely unlikable characters. They're just not characters I want to be rooting for.
They're like mid. Like
you look at Thomas Jane's character, like he's a fucking doctor, and in the first scene of the film, he comes off as a piece of shit. Like, how am I going to root for this guy that's basically kind of mocking this dude that eventually eats himself to death? Because actually, that opening scene with the Carl's Jr. conversation is probably the best written dialogue in the film because it's actually funny. Like, this guy's talking about deals like Carl's Jr. and shit, and I'm just like, oh my god, it's fucking stupid. But like, the Thomas Jane character is totally unlikable. It's funny because you think that he was going to be the main character, like the main out of the four, and like he kind of is, but like at the same time, he's kind of not. It's weird. Jason Lee's character, I'm sorry, dude, but like I love Jason Lee as an actor. I've always been a fan of him. I every time I think of Jason Lee, I think of Brody from Mallrats. He's so good in that film, but he's playing Brody from Mallrats.
Yeah, he's playing Brody and Banky, like the same character.
He is, and it sucks because the dialogue that he's given in this film is not what Kevin Smith wrote for him in this film. It doesn't work. It's so lame. The words that he uses and like the tone, it comes off as so cornball, dude.
It kind of just makes it hard for you to take like the movie seriously at all. And you have goofy CGI. You have like this guy that's like brainwormed, like talking like he's British. You got like
what in the fuck is this movie? 2 hours and 14 minutes. There is not enough. Like, even explaining away the whole Dreamcatcher thing isn't even done well. It's not even done well.
Yeah, this movie's a mess.
The whole lore
I
on what that is
like
not
that,
good.
Like unentertaining, but it's a mess. It's like just sloppy. It's like, all right.
I actually am not entertained by this at all. Like it was a slug to get through for me. I was like, Jesus Christ, man! I can't believe that I live where this was filmed. I kept saying, I'm not one of those biased people. Who are like, oh, it was filmed in my city. It's the fucking greatest movie ever made. No, I'm gonna call it how it is. This movie sucks. I don't like this movie at all. This is actually, if I was to make a list of like all the Stephen King adaptations, this is so far at the bottom of movies that they blew it. The great cast, the effects are atrocious in this movie.
Yeah, they've not aged well.
The pacing of this movie is bad too. The construction of the narrative is bad too, because I don't mind the flashbacks and stuff. I think that's the better part of the film, but it just drags itself out so much and it doesn't do anything for the characters. That's my biggest complaint. You got a character piece like this, you got to make him likable. You want to root for somebody. You don't like Thomas Jane at the end of the film. Like, who gives a fuck? You're there. You're just there on the screen, bro. Like the coolest moment in the film is when Tom Sizemore blows fucking Morgan Freeman up.
Yeah.
It's literally like fucking part in the whole film. And you're like, okay, that was it. Okay. Right on.
Even the finale is kind of just like, it's kind of like, I don't know. I kind of don't hate the ending, but it's just like a CGI bubble. And then I don't know.
The CG is like very bad in this. It's really bad, actually. And it sucks too, because
it's funny because they use some practicals too.
They do. And it sucks too, because like there's moments where like the alien snake thing, whatever you want to call it, it has potential to look really damn cool. Like it has potential to look fucking cool, but then it like CG's his mouth open. You're like, oh fuck, jeez, come on, man. It's like a really shitty version of the Deadly Spawn.
Dude, I was thinking Deadly Spawn straight up.
Right. That's funny. So I don't know, man. I just I like these old Stephen King stories where they're set in Derry. It's Castle Rock Productions. It just has that. It has everything going for it before it starts, and then the movie starts, unfortunately, and then plays for 2 hours and 14 minutes. Oh man, dude. I
don't think it's that bad. I don't think it's a great movie, but I wasn't like I was entertained enough.
You are so much more forgiving on Stephen King movies than I am, though. Like, I love Stephen King, but like I'm just gonna call it how it is. Like, I really don't like this movie at all. I think it's really bad. I think it's actually a bad movie. So, but anyways, what do you like about this one?
Well, like I said, I like the flashback stuff. I actually do like the characters, and I do like their I buy their friendship. And the younger versions of them actually feel like the older versions of them.
I buy
even though the younger versions
friendship. I just don't like how they're not written well, and in terms of like setting up them for like, you know, what they're about to be into. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know what it is about like what's his fucking character like. So if we were the characters in this movie, I would be Pete. I'd be the guy in the snow drinking all the beers, all shit faced.
I think I'd be Beaver,
talking to a fucking dead body. That because I'm so clueless, I didn't realize that a fucking alien came out her butthole and killed her.
I would be Beaver because I'm annoying and he's annoying.
I'd probably be Jonesy.
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, that's actually probably appropriate because none of us are Henry. It'd be so bland, dude. Like, yeah, fuck. It's kind of funny, like how he ends up being kind of like the final dude, and it's like,
he's the guy you spend the most time with. I will say though, I like kind of the interpretation of like kind of like Jonesy, like in the prison where it has that kind of like voyeurism thing where he's like looking through and he's trapped, like while Mr. Gray has a hold of him. I did like the way like that was like visually presented. It kind of like it felt like an earlier take on like the sunken place in Get Out. I thought that was cool, but that's I
think the movie works better as like a small alien invasion in the wilderness type thing than like this huge scale like invasion in like the military and shit. Like it would be like if the last act of The Thing, all of a sudden like choppers and shit show up and stuff. It just it doesn't have like the vibe. I think like the actual like horror aspect of the movie is like pretty interesting, and like all the sci-fi aspects are like painfully dull and boring. I like the Duddits character. I actually think it's like super like heartfelt the way they like sort of protect him and become like good friends with him and stuff like that.
This is something
his whole character is like a mystery to me. His character is like a mystery to me because
they actually a common.
I think he's an alien, right?
Well, he is an alien, but like so he was because they kind of explained it away where like it was kind of like destiny that they had saved him, right? And then they were kind of responsible for, you know, kind of leading the charge on this.
That's why it's like it's very It. Like that's the whole idea behind It too, right? Like that they were meant to.
But why did he need their help though? If he was an alien, did he need humans to like, you know, help with, you know, this invasion that was going to happen? Like it was going to be a takeover with these parasites and stuff like that. Because
I don't think he really can do. He can't even help himself against bullies. So
right. Well, apparently not. Apparently, because that's kind of how they come in contact with him, right?
I think it's supposed to be like that like is a like peaceful, like in tune with like spirituality type of just like alien being that is like the opposite of the other alien beings.
So my question though is why was Dunnits like so he's being bullied and stuff like that?
Stop saying Dunnits. It's Duddits.
Duddits, whatever. But he got done, whatever. But Duddits, yeah. He so like if he's an alien and he's being bullied as a child and stuff like that, what was his purpose in those times? Because like this movie takes place like 20 something years later, like over 20 years later. Like what was Duddits' point of being there all those years before?
I don't know if that's ever really clear. That's kind of
what I don't know. Is he
gives them their powers?
I know he gives them their powers. That's because they basically become like a coalition kind of thing, right?
Yeah,
but like why was
like really clear?
But he was there, and they save him. Maybe they get the powers from blah blah blah. But like, why was he already there? Like he was this alien, but like was he like just a good part of like
Maybe it's like the Men in Black thing where like there's aliens all around us, like some of them we know about.
Yeah, because I thought
Well,
his
we
character was a total
we
myth.
get this sense that the dude's been hunting aliens for 25 years. So
Well, yeah.
they must be.
But
it must be
Dunnance
a common
obviously wasn't the
occurrence.
bad one. He wasn't like a bad alien.
Yeah, maybe
He's
there's
like-
other good aliens too.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
it's very
like,
unexplained.
Maybe it's like illegals versus like legal aliens.
For like a
Like that
movie
type
that's
of
2
thing.
hours and 14 minutes, you think it would have a little bit more clarity on that, considering he seems to be a major player in the narrative of the movie, essentially where it goes to, right?
Yeah,
I think honestly, my favorite movie, my favorite.
I do think they went a lot more into how the importance of Dunnets in the book, but like it's been 10 years since I read this thing.
My favorite part in the film is the scene where they're in the cabin and they see all the animals running in the same direction. And somebody says like, "Oh man, like we're like it's crazy. Like, where do you think they're going?" Like, I'm more scared of like what they're running from. And it's so true, right? Like if you saw animals running across your shit all in sequence like that, like bears and like predators and like, and they're not doing anything but running, that's freaky. I think that's a freaky part. So I liked one part of the film. Oh man, I just don't get it for like how minimalistic the narrative is in this film. Like it doesn't do a whole lot for a 2 hour and 14-minute running time. Like this is a long movie. It's insanely long to me. Fuck. This is crazy. So my other thing was I actually looked up because I'm watching this movie. I'm going, man, this had to have been a high budget movie. Like, you know, given the proximity of it and stuff, like it was $68 million
I was about to
budget.
say it feels like 50 million plus.
68 million in 2003. That's a big budget film for like a horror film. Like,
Oh yeah, look at the cast is like sick for like that.
Yeah, I mean the cast is kind of insane.
I remember this being like a movie that like appealed to my parents, like when it came out. Like it was that type of movie.
Yeah, it was definitely marketed to the general audience, not like horror.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I can tell you like half that. Like, I mean, the gross worldwide was 81 million. I know everybody in this city went and seen it when it came out because, you know, it was filmed here. So, but it's like for me, it's like it's so forgettable. It's just one of those films where I feel like it could be so much better. Just I don't know who penned this thing, who wrote the screenplay, but man, that dialogue, dude, it's so cringe. It's so cringe at times. I'm just like, oh,
Fuck me, Freddy. You don't like Fuck Me, Freddy?
Almost everything that Jason Lee spits in this film is cornball, man. It's really corny. Like, and it honestly, when he died, I was like, well, you know, I like Jason Lee, but dude, his character sucked.
He's probably my favorite character.
Really? I thought he was so cheesy, man. It was so cheesy.
He's just like annoying. Like he's like the Eddie character in it. You know, just the fucking.
So this was co-written by the director Lawrence Kasdan and by two-time Oscar-winning writer William Goldman.
Wow.
But William Goldman would have been in his 70s when he wrote this, so he was probably pretty washed by that point.
I feel like they threw in that whole shape.
Yeah, he won his Oscars in the 60s and 70s.
I feel like they kind of threw that whole shape shifting thing in there too, or like even like duplication, because like when Jonesy gets like duplicated and shit, and he's like out on the roads and he's trying to spread the virus outside the bubble and stuff like that, and I'm just like, what?
It seemed pretty easy to spread the virus outside the bubble. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, it did. It totally did. It felt like you have Morgan Freeman and Tom Sizemore are like supposed to be in control of this. It's two fucking people, by the way, that had no control over the situation. They were just out for blood. They were just like, we're gonna blow everything up. We're gonna kill a bunch of random people. I'm like, you're just gonna go and drop a bomb on a bunch of innocent people. Like that was their whole plan. They didn't even have a plan besides just killing everybody. Like, who the fuck wrote this, man? This is ridiculous. Like,
I mean, that doesn't surprise me though. I mean, they do it in Return of the Living Dead.
But it's also meant to be a comedy. Like Return of the Living Dead isn't 100% serious. This movie is not a comedy first. It's serious.
Yeah.
Like, and then you throw that in there and it's like, then it seems stupid. But if it's the other way,
I could see the government just killing everybody though. Like, that's why it seems like kind of realistic.
it's an easy solution, right? Because if you neutralize,
I think you have to, right? Isn't that like the point of the thing? Like,
yeah,
pretty much like we can't risk it getting out.
Yeah. You can't take those chances that it got out. So you have this area where you know it's in, you just annihilate the whole thing. I mean, in theory, it makes sense, but like, logically, it's and like sympathetically, it's kind of a mess because you're killing a lot of innocent people, right? But sometimes you got to do what you got to do, I guess. But it just seems so like it's so dark in its approach. It's like, fuck it, we're going to do this. It's like, okay. No investigation on it all. It's like, we've been hunting these things so long. We got this bubble. We're blowing the shit up. It's ridiculous to me. But it took 2 hours and 14 minutes to do that. No, thank you.
Not really. It shouldn't.
No, it shouldn't. This movie's fucking so long. This movie's so long. Like, I mean, at least if you're watching The Shining, which is like, what, 2.5 hours long, it doesn't feel long to me. It never feels as long as it is because it's interesting. And there's so much captivation in the film where this one is like the polar opposite. Like, there's nothing engaging. I don't want to hear any, like, the best parts for me was like the flashbacks and like the silent parts where the characters weren't talking anymore. Because that's how bad the dialogue was. So. Yeah, so JP, you actually really like this movie. That's crazy.
No, I didn't really like this movie. What are you talking about?
I don't know. This movie.
I never said I really like this movie. I like aspects of the movie. I think it could have been a pretty cool movie. I've always been fine with it. I wouldn't say I really like it. I've always just, I've watched it a couple times.
Oh my God.
I'll probably watch it again at some point in my life.
Oh my God. I just read the funniest part of the trivia. I just clicked on the trivia and it's the first thing it says Stephen King sold the movie rights for $1. Of course he did. Because this movie sucks. Or the story sucks.
Why?
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, I looked it up too. The book came out in 2001. So this was like a really quick turnaround.
Yeah, it says the original novel was 570 pages long. It was the first book he wrote after his near fatal road accident. So he's probably all hopped up on the drugs and shit like that.
Yeah, I think that sort of era of Stephen King, like 2000 to like 2010-ish, isn't the best Stephen King we got. I think that Dreamcatcher, in terms of like movies, I would say, especially ones that have like a budget, I would probably say it's one of the lesser Stephen King adaptations in terms of like just how good the movie is. There's like definitely worse ones. I think Bag of Bones is worse. I think what was that one? Desperation is worse.
Yeah, you're just naming off Mick Garris movies.
Riding the Bullet is worse.
Isn't that another Mick Garris?
I think so.
Sorry, Mick.
What was the one Dark Tower? I thought was pretty not good.
I actually never saw that.
I never watched it. Never been interested. I tried reading the first.
It didn't
Dark
make
Tower
sense
movie,
to me.
And the first Dark Tower book, and I was like, nope, not for me.
I think the from what I hear is like the Dark Tower thing is like it's hard to get into, but if you manage to get into it, it's really good.
Yeah.
It's totally different.
I've actually completely avoided all the Dark Tower.
It's kind of like dark fantasy.
There's like 9 books or some shit, and it's like
what reading Fairy Tale made me almost curious to check out Dark Tower because Fairy Tale is like dark fantasy, but it's awesome.
They also talk in like ye old English in that, I think.
Well, this makes sense. Loris Caden admitted the film's failure had wounded his career, later preventing him from getting 2 films produced. Well, I kind of called that, didn't I? I'm like, he didn't do shit.
I mean, they shouldn't have made a bad movie then, bro.
Yeah.
Fucking suck it up. I wouldn't say it's bad for me, but I wouldn't argue with somebody that says it is bad.
Yeah, like, I mean, this is one of those cases where it's like, it's not that I just dislike the film. I actually think it's a bad movie. Like, legitimately a bad movie. Like, objectively speaking, like in terms of like filmmaking and stuff, like I said, like I think the narrative is a little bit muddied. It's, for a 2 hour and 14-minute movie, you think, everything would be crystal clear, but it's more about the characters, man. It's a character-driven film. And Stephen King, he's all about characters, man. You see the Stand By Me in there. You see the fucking, the It characters. You see all these influences. and it just comes off as being so poor compared to those things, right?
Do you think this would? I think that could actually benefit from being remade.
Yeah,
because it doesn't feel like the source material is the problem. It feels like the execution is the problem. But I've never read the source
just
material.
like remake something else.
I would like to see this movie
make something else
and take out the whole military out. I mean, you can have a little bit of that in there, but like there's so much in this movie that it just feels so almost comical. You know what I mean? It just doesn't seem like it's set in this reality. It's weird. But you can do this movie proper. Like you have proper effects and stuff, and maybe some better written characters, maybe some likable characters. Again, like Stephen King prides himself on writing characters. I mean, we just reviewed a movie that has amazingly written characters.
Yeah.
And then you watch this, and it's like the polar opposite. It's the yin and yang, bro. Like Misery is great. This is shit. It sucks. I don't really like talking ill on Stephen King. He's obviously, it's like every writer. They got some good stuff. They got some bad stuff. It's not necessarily his fault on how this movie came out. Probably not at all. But I just, this adaptation, which I can't compare because I've never read the book. So I'm not.
I actually might read the book next on audiobook at least.
Mm-hmm.
Just because I'm curious to see like what it's actually like.
Right. I mean, it's like you can just see the influence too, like on, it's trying to do like a little bit of an Independence Day also. It's doing the Independence Day. Like that fucking alien spacecraft that they actually shoot at one point. What the fuck? They just never go back to it. Like they don't actually explode that shit. They just never go back to it at all. What the hell's up with that?
Mm-hmm.
Like what the fuck is that? Like they show him shooting the shit up and that's it. I'm like, okay, that's fucking it. Oh, dude, it just has like, again, that's like kind of bad direction though, too. It's like you need to do more with that. You can't just show this huge ass ship and a crazy ass Morgan Freeman fucking buckshotting on this shit and then just leave it. That's it. What the fuck? Oh, man. I really don't like shitting on these movies, but this one. I mean, I don't feel bad. I'll call it how it is. But, for me, this is like a 4 out of 10. And I think I'm being pretty generous on this. I don't even know why I'm giving it 4. Like, in all honesty, this is more like a 3. There's nothing about this movie that I can,
Then give it a 3.
I'll give it a 3.
Yeah.
I mean, I will give it for the setting. The setting's fine. And, I mean, that's a little bit biased, but I like it captures the winter, scenario that we're trying to do here very, very well. It feels cold.
It does.
It feels cold and shitty. And I like that kind of setting for, especially like an alien type film. I think that's actually really cool. Like there's good ideas here. But like, the execution is just so piss poor. It's fucking brutal, man. I'm giving it a 3 out of 10. Tyler, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, I would agree this is a bad movie. I think I probably liked it a little bit more than Moodz because I don't think it's atrocious. But yeah, this movie's pretty bad. I'd only recommend it to people who want to watch Stephen King movies, like specifically, or like go through his movies, or if you're curious, you read the book. So yeah, I'll give it a 4.5 out of 10.
Yeah, I'm at a 6 out of 10.
See, now, if Jeremy, he'd be like, what the fuck?
Probably.
But again, ratings for dummies. So 6 out of 10. Wow. Crazy. So is that based on just...
I think it's a passable movie. Like, I feel like if I watched it, I didn't feel like I hated my life while watching it. I was like, I've watched it a couple times. Like, it's a movie that I would probably see again, not on the like high list of my movies to watch, but if it was on, I wouldn't turn it off.
Yeah. That fucking guy, Damian Lewis, the guy that plays Jonesy in the film, man, I don't like that guy either. He's the guy that plays, isn't he in the Tarantino film?
No idea. I couldn't recognize him from anything else.
Yeah, he plays, he's in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Oh, well, he's
I'm
gonna
positive
be
he's in that
different
fucking. I'm gonna
movie.
look him up. I know he's in that fucking movie.
Yeah, he is. I think that's the only things I've seen him in.
Who does he play again?
He
Fuck, it's
played-
right here. He plays Steve McQueen. There you go.
Oh. It's probably in for like a second then, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he's recognizable. He's just, that ginger kid. Fuck. All right. So that was like a yin and yang show, man. We got like a fucking Hall of Famer. We almost had a Hall of Painter. Well, JP fucked that one up, but no, I guess we could never get that.
I mean, if I could, if I was a little harder, I guess, but we weren't making it with it.
It's very seldom that I come in way lower than you on a film.
Yeah,
it's crazy because like we will give like films like 8s, and you're like, yeah, it's a solid 6.5. That's hilarious. Whatever. But yeah, anyways, that is Dreamcatcher from 2003. And that is going to conclude episode 276, right? Yeah, 76. 276, one step closer to 300. It always is, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
It always is. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Do you guys have anything for the outro?
So what movies are we doing next week? Because I don't even know.
What was it? The Bitten one?
We are doing Silent Bite. So yeah, so next episode 277 is going to be the Christmas show. Mm-hmm. And we are doing Silent Bite from 2024. He Sees You While You're Sleeping, also 2024. And then we're doing also Dear Santa from 2024.
Okay.
And that is the Jack Black film that has a really funny synopsis.
Yeah, which I see people hating. So
really? Okay, well maybe we got a whole.
It's one of the oh god, it's one of the Farrelly brothers.
Well, that's. I know. I saw who wrote it, and I was like, well, how bad can it possibly? But then again, they've done some bad shit though. But they were responsible for one of my favorite comedies of all time, Dumb and Dumber. The Brothers.
Yeah, this guy's probably. The Coens split up, and that didn't look too good. That didn't turn out too good.
Did they actually split up, or are they just doing like?
Well, either way, like the guy, the one that's like never directed a movie solo. I don't know which one. I think Ethan.
Mm-hmm.
He did whatever one did. One of them did Drive Away Dolls, which was the first one they directed, and they directed solo. And I saw that in February. And I thought it was awful.
Yeah,
like actually, like 4 out of 10 batch.
Well, that's disappointing. But then again, the Coen brothers aren't the Coen brothers of like 35 years.
That's what I mean. It's like they're washed.
Yeah. Out of tune, done. Where's the next set of talented brothers?
Yeah, see, this whole time I thought we were doing.
So we're doing. These are all new movies.
Yeah, they're all 2024 Christmas related films, and there's actually a couple more out there too. I think this year's had obviously Terrifier 3 Christmas film, but there's actually quite a few Christmas related horror films that are coming. I think there's
actually Yule Log 2 just came out.
So Yule Log, the first one was actually directed by one of the Mark Polonio, right?
Was it?
Yeah. So yeah, be careful.
Did you end up buying that?
No, I didn't.
Still,
no, I'll get around to picking up like that and Sacrifice Game. Like I'll pick off those.
Well, it would have been a good time to buy it because it was discounted.
I used all my points on fucking merch.
I know, but it's like it was on sale for partner month.
Yeah, and I'm also on strike for the last 3 weeks, and I'm making $56.20 a day. So it's kind of hard for me to go and spend fucking money on Yule Log. You know, I mean, we got to be realistic about reality here.
I'm actually curious about it. I want to see what it is. Like I remember it having like some buzz when it aired because people just thought it was like a Yule Log screensaver and then it turned into a movie or whatever. But which is a cool gimmick, right? Like that's one of those type of things. Like,
is that what it is? It's like the Yule. I know what the Yule Log thing is, like the fireplace thing or whatever. But is it like a demon that comes out or something like it?
I think it just turns into an actual movie or something. Or so I don't know. I picked it up in
fucking stupid
Vinegar Syndrome order that I'm getting this in next week. So I'll probably check it out before the year end show. But it's out there. You can see it online. And the new one's on HBO Max. So Yule Log 2 just came out today, on the 6th, I think.
Right.
So that's another 2024 Christmas horror movie that we could have selected, but I didn't feel right doing the second one without seeing the first one.
No, absolutely not. I mean, we could probably just do both of them maybe sometime.
Yeah, maybe next year.
Yeah.
You'll log 1 and 2 as a.
By next year, there might be a third one too. So,
all right. Yeah. Who knows? Yeah. If there's a third one, we're definitely doing the trilogy.
oh, it could be so many jokes like the Yule log. I mean, is that potentially could be the shittiest trilogy of all time? You never know.
Yeah. Well, I think that the first one got good reviews. So.
Did it really? Fuck, man.
Yeah.
Polonius movies never get good reviews. That's blowing my mind.
It aired on
Letterboxd would disagree with you.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's Mark Polonia, man. Like the dude does like 4,000 fucking. Although like I love the 80s shot on video stuff that the Polonia brothers did, but like the later stuff, dude, is like, didn't he do some of those really bad shark movies recently? Like really bad ones. I don't know.
Cocaine Shark.
Like Exorcist Shark or some shit.
Sharkula. Sharkenstein. Land Shark.
Stop.
These are real movies. Noah's Shark.
That's what I'm saying. It's fucking
Noah's Shark. Oh my god.
Fucking literally everything has turned into a shark movie.
Didn't he? I think he probably did an Amityville one, right?
Yeah, he did a couple of them. He did a couple of Amityville films.
He did Amityville in Space. He did Amityville Death House.
Yeah. That's an older one. That's an older one, actually.
Jurassic Shark 2.
That's the one I was thinking. Jurassic Shark, yeah.
Cocaine Werewolf. Jesus Christ.
I know, bro.
Someone take the camera away.
It's like low budget Asylum, like mockbusters, but they're like $10 movies.
Oh yeah, Carnage for Christmas, which Tyler says is not good, but I'm actually gonna check it out.
Yeah, there's a movie called Carnage Christmas actually that came out a bunch of years ago. I think that's the title of it. Yeah. So this one's just got to kind of play on words, but kind of like the Creatures Are Stirring, and what are those two movies called? The Creatures.
There's All the Creatures Were Stirring, and then A Creature Was Stirring.
Yeah, Creature Stirring is the movie, and the other one's the anthology, right? Yeah.
Yeah. And then obviously there's another one that was fun was There's Something in the Barn.
Yeah, man. I really hope that gets like a decent release. I know it has a European, I think a German Blu-ray or something like that, but I heard it sucks though. So whatever, I'm sure I can wait it out. But that was a fun one. That is a fun one, man. It's like the Killer Elves. Is that what it is?
Yep.
Yeah, good shit, man. Good shit. I forgot about Hosts. Hosts from like 2020. That's another Christmas film that I actually need to grab. I'm gonna actually grab that tonight.
What is it?
It's called Hosts. Like HOSTS. Hosts.
Did you ever see the Decoys movies? I feel like one of those was set on Christmas.
I think it's the second one, right?
But I can't remember.
Yeah, I know.
They're like Species ripoffs.
Yep.
I like them. They're not great, but
what are those other low budget ones called?
We should do the Species franchise one day.
I'm surprised we haven't.
I got to the second one, and after that, I was like, nope.
Well, the first two are like real movies, and then the other ones are sci-fi.
Well, I watched the first one's decent. I like the first one. Remember, I bought the Scream Factory Species 2, and I watched it, and I was like, I am not buying any more of these Species movies.
I mean, I like the second one too, honestly.
I honestly don't hate 3 and 4. They're just, if you put yourself into the realm of like, you know,
I don't hate them either, honestly.
Made for TV films, like, yeah, the quality is definitely
lesser. Because that's back when sci-fi actually tried to make real movies.
Exactly, they're not that bad, dude. They're not that bad.
It's like the Pumpkinhead
sequels. Whoa, Peter, Med-acted Species 2? That's fucked up.
Yeah, the Species movies are actually like I rewatched all 4 of them. I think a few years back. I just got on this thing. I was just watching fucking complete trilogies and franchises and stuff.
Yeah, somebody wanted us to do the Wishmaster films too.
Actually, that like I mean we all have. Well, I'm sure Tyler probably doesn't have that.
I don't.
That Blu-ray.
I'll probably take it out for that though.
Is this, are those things still improved? What the fuck is
I
up
think
with
so.
Vestron?
You just can't get him with a slip.
I talked to
Who cares?
Felsher at Wasteland. He said he has 3 more in the pipeline, but I think he's just been really focused on his label, the Red Shirts label, which is the
Synapse
the
sister
Trick
label.
or Treat release and upcoming Hunter's Blood release.
Tyler, fucking shut up.
What?
All I heard was, well, you can't get the Wishmaster release with the slipcover.
No, I said you just can't get it with the slipcover. I don't care about the slipcover.
Well, it sounded like you cared about
I
it.
actually
No,
do
no,
care.
I said like you just. I thought when you said are those
You know-
still in print, I said yeah, you just can't get them with the slipcover.
You know what's funny? I have every Vestron release with a slipcover except for one.
I only have
movie.
like 3 or 4 Vestron films. I think they all have slips. but,
It's
like,
a decent label. They've lost their way on a few titles, I think. But
I like that they're cheap, but like I used to pick them up.
Well,
because I
that's
would,
the
like,
thing about them, that they're literally like 12, 13 bucks. So like, I could care less what they release. I'll probably buy them all because they're fucking 13
Once a
bucks.
month, I used to go to Best Buy and like just try to do some like Blu-ray like picking, and they would always have those there, so I would pick some up. But now Best Buy doesn't carry Blu-rays, so
it's like the one label that went backwards in pricing because they used to be
they were like
expensive,
35, 40 bucks when they first came out.
and then they dropped like more than half the price. I'm like, what the fuck? What just happened with Vestron? It was so weird. But
Yeah, I feel like they haven't really released anything I've been excited about in a while.
oh fuck no, man! I think the last release that I was like really stoked was to upgrade the Silent Night, Deadly Night.
Yeah, those were,
report
and the
fallback.
Dentist.
And the Dentist was cool too, yeah, which we did.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are fun. I mean, the thing is,
The Silent Night's actually a really solid release because like those things were stuck on that 3-pack DVD and out of print.
Yeah,
So-
and they didn't look very good on there.
No.
it feels like a lot more palatable to just buying them all together than like having to buy all those individually.
Yeah, I mean that set, I think I paid like $18 for it or something, and that's
And like that feels fine
set.
for that.
Yeah. And actually, like 4 and 5, I actually enjoy.
Yeah, part 3 is like a fucking total snooze fest. 4 is, it's funny that it's a Silent Night, Deadly Night film because like it has nothing to do with anything. It's just like name only, but it's got good effects from Yuzna. 5 is kind of the real winner in the pack, though.
I agree. 5 is actually legitimately awesome to me.
Yeah, it's fun, and it's the story behind part 5 is even funnier to me. But everyone probably knows that. But yeah, Vestron, the catalog that they probably have potentially to release stuff it's pretty big. Like Vestron released a ton of stuff. So if you look back at what Vestron actually has, that label could be pretty fucking sweet, especially at $12.
Yeah, well, keep in mind it's not actually Vestron though.
But all those things were originally released on Vestron, though, right? Like every release that they've done
not
so
all
far.
of them.
No,
Yeah, some of them were.
I never really looked into it too hard, but
it's just because Lionsgate owns the name Vestron that they resurrected that like brand, but like all the titles that Vestron distributed back in the day a lot of them are with completely different companies like Alligator and stuff like that. But it's more so like just Lionsgate titles, which is fucking Trimark and what was the other one that
because fuck
like
the Wraith was a Lionsgate film, right? Was that not a Lionsgate film when it came out?
Yeah, I think so. Of course the Leprechaun movies, Blair Witch, where the fuck, listen, this is a big fucking problem for me. Where the fuck is a nice, awesome edition of Black Christmas 2006? Where's it at?
It's probably a rates thing.
Well, nobody cares because that movie fucking sucks.
I think it's Lionsgate, isn't
you know what's funny about Black Christmas?
I never liked that movie, but like it does surprise me that like nobody.
Oh my god,
that
dude!
out.
I love that movie. Is literally probably like
No, it's because I fucking told them not to release a good release of it because it sucks. Then
dude,
they
that
listen.
is so ridiculous that you
Dude,
feel that way.
you fucking
You need to get over
there are 6
over
different endings to that movie, and not one of them is good.
Dude,
Different
flesh
endings.
cookies, bro. flesh cookies.
Okay, the flesh.
incest.
I will give you. Okay, fuck Jesus.
That's such a.
I will give you the
2006
flesh
thing to
cookie
put in
thing. The
movie.
flesh cookie thing is actually it's so modern and it's such a shock
Yeah,
value.
but you know what, dude? That movie is so sleazy and trashy for like a mainstream movie. Like, I just
Yeah.
think that it's like fucking cool, dude. Yeah, like the story's a little fucking silly and stupid, but like
The story's actually dumb. It sucks, but like the flesh
Everybody's
cookies.
hot
Don't
as
they make it like
fucking
way
there.
more complex? I've only seen it like.
It's a
one
beautiful
time, a
people
while
movie.
ago.
It's another beautiful people remake.
I do remember that. I
Moodz
remember
hates
like some
beautiful
like
people.
who I remember
I don't
like
like
some
beautiful
like
people.
where some girl gets like a wine bottle in the head.
Right. I just remember like dude, I just think it works so much better in the original film. Like it's so much more low key. Like this dude's running around in this film and like I don't even remember because I watched all the endings so many times. Like you see the killer, he dies, and like I'm just like, fuck, shut up, man. It's stupid. It doesn't work.
I haven't revisited it for this top 10 list, but I definitely will because it for sure has a chance to make my list. But I don't know if I'm going to actually attempt to put my hatred aside and give the 2018 one a solid chance.
Yeah, I still don't actually.
I don't know if I'm going to.
Well, because first of all, it's not a movie. It's just propaganda.
Wait, have you seen it?
Yeah, I've watched it.
Okay.
I haven't seen it.
I'm probably
It's not
going to
a
give
big-
it. I might give it another shot because I do own it on Blu-ray. I've never watched it on the Blu-ray. Picked it up for a solid like $8 on Amazon one day. So not a huge loss if I hate it, but also I'm just kind of a completionist. So
I mean, I probably will one of these. I'll just if I find it for like $2 or something like that, I'll pick it up just to have it in the Christmas collection. But like to be honest, like that thing is to me is not even a film. It's just a fucking PSA on hating men.
I'm
It's
gonna
like-
try to give it a fair shot.
It's actually quite poorly.
the next time I watch it.
It's honest. Like I get what she was trying to do with the film, but like to me, it's not a movie. Like
I raged at that movie when it came
it's
out.
not. The point of making movies is to be entertaining. This movie has no entertainment value whatsoever, and all they're doing is cramming this garbage social commentary down your fucking throat to the point where you just want to you just want to die. You just want to die.
I don't know about that, but
It's bad. Like there's no. It's not a movie. I'm just gonna say it's not a movie. It's
Yeah,
pure propaganda. It's
No, I feel like I have to watch it.
honestly,
dude, I
you'll
feel
hate
like
it.
you should hit all the stuff as much as the stuff that you haven't seen as you can for this list.
Yeah, I don't even know like the space, like as far
We
as
talked
like,
about a few. Like watch like all
as
through the
far
hu-
as like my
There-
top 10 goes, like I probably have 7 to 8 spots like sealed pretty easy. So like it's not that hard for me to figure out my 10, but like yeah, I have no idea what wavelength you guys are on.
I have 15, 16 films
I
bona fide in the top 10. So I don't know what I'm gonna do.
mean, I haven't went and like started a pre-list or anything like I normally do. I've just been watching is like a lot of Christmas horror stuff, and I realistically want to watch everything that's in my top 10 at least, probably. Before
Yeah.
we
I
do the
always do every
show,
year. So
I'm
I
gonna
already know what my
do
top
that.
10 is.
it's been a fun process just even watching stuff that I know isn't gonna make my list, like the mean one or something. I'm pretty much just watching as much as I can before that show.
Yeah, but you're notorious for that, man. You're like, I have no time to prep for 2024 because I'm watching really bad fucking movies all year. I'm like, dude, watch the good ones. Like, fuck.
To be fair, I always kind of wait late to prep with everything we do, just because I think that
Because you wait until everyone watches everything, and then you're like, I'm gonna just pick off those ones. Tyler says
Sometimes.
these ones are good. Mood says these ones are good. Dave Z, Parker, blah blah blah, and then you just like that's what you do. But then you have to cram everything, and you're like, I can't remember that movie because I watched it in sequence with with 48
Well,
of them.
I always cram because I enjoy the cramming, honestly.
There's
Like,
a lot
I
of
think
good
it's fun.
long movies this year.
That's what
though.
she said.
I don't like that there's a lot of long movies, but I've
Like there's relevant long movies too.
Everything
It's
is
not
2
even,
hours
like-
this year.
Yeah.
There's no
I
movies under 100
I
minutes.
have a playlist on MB of like all the 2024 shit that's up on there, and I've just been shuffling it. lately. That's how I've been picking what I watch right now. But the Christmas stuff, I've just literally been grabbing out of my stack of Christmas movies and just randomly picking one or two and watching them that way. But there's like a few that I don't have in the stack yet, like Inside, that I probably need to grab off the shelf.
Mm-hmm.
I mainly put all like the HD stuff I have first because I like watching
Inside's
that
one of like
stuff
the last DVDs I have left in my collection.
Yeah, like so I think that, but I mean, dude, I think that it's wide open for Christmas for me. I mean, there's a couple that I absolutely love that are like have to make the list, but
I have like
maybe
a locked 1 and 2, but like after that, it could be like anything.
Yeah, I can lean either way on some stuff.
This is
but
one
I
of the,
could
besides
make
Italian,
a top 20.
I could easily make a top 25 easily. Like without question.
I feel like I could make a top 25.
I'm cutting
easily,
films
but
even out of my top because I actually did a mock kind of run on it. I'm like cutting films from my top 25 that I like. Like I love Christmas horror films apparently. So
me too. But yeah, I find it. I'm there's a few that I haven't seen, like Curse of the Cat People and what you just said, Soul Survivors.
Soul Survivor, you might really like. I would definitely watch that.
I might actually pull out the brain.
yeah, I completely forgot that was.
Yeah, that one never shows up on any lists.
Yeah.
Bloodbeat.
Dude, Bloodbeat is in our Hall of Pain, but I think that movie is fun as hell.
I think
gotta check if Night of the Comet is actually a Christmas movie.
Yeah, maybe I should do that too. I've never seen that one.
It's one of those ones that like I think it's set in California, right? So it's like it's super hot.
I know they actually shot it like on Christmas morning because the streets will be empty.
Right.
That makes sense.
Right.
But yeah, I'm curious to see where everybody comes in on some Christmas horror movies. I have no idea what Tyler's going to have on his list. Is there any that I need to see that are not listed as horror that you think I should see?
Eyes Wide Shut.
Okay, I've never seen that before.
I'm kidding. I'm not going to have Eyes Wide Shut on my list.
Oh, okay. You're kidding.
No, it's
it's like all right. It's a dark movie, but it's a thriller. Like,
it's horror. No.
But yeah, it's like 2 hours and like 45 minutes long, so I'm not going to make you do that.
Oh my god, 245.
It would be if I counted it as a horror movie, it'd be my number one, but it's not a horror movie.
Is that Lynch or something?
It's Kubrick's.
Kubrick. Last movie.
Yep.
Really?
Yep. He edited it and then he died before it premiered.
Yeah.
I'm not like a big Kubrick fan, so I haven't watched a lot of his stuff.
Kubrick became I always said my favorite director was Cronenberg, and then I watched every Kubrick movie. I haven't seen Spartacus. That's the only one in Kubrick. I'm just like, by the numbers, Kubrick is my favorite director. Like, there's just no way I can say he's not.
I've seen every Kubrick movie, and he honestly doesn't really miss. I mean, with Barry Lyndon being... I can objectively say that it's a good movie. It's boring as hell to me. Like
the name of that movie just makes me not want to watch it. It's like
it's kind of like an intimidating movie because it's very long and it's a period piece. It's like it's like actually 3 hours long. And it's like it's set in the 1700s in Ireland and other European countries. But legitimately, like I'm not kidding. That's probably like in my top 10 like favorite movies ever made.
Yeah, it's honestly, man, Kubrick has never made like a bad movie.
Fear and Desire is really bad.
What about like
that's more of like a college like
what's that bad one with Malcolm McDowell?
That movie's incredible. Shut
the fuck up.
What is that one called?
Really?
Yeah.
A Clockwork Orange is bad.
Yeah, dude.
What the fuck? Like you're on crack, dude.
I couldn't even finish it when I tried to watch it.
It's so good.
I was like, what the fuck is this garbage?
Bad.
I'd heard so much about it. I'm like, what? Like, this is the movie everybody's talking about?
Yeah, it's like a hard 10.
Oh god.
It's so ahead of its time too. I love the Simpsons episode when they parody that. It's funny.
I love Full Metal Jacket.
There you go. You like Kubrick.
Yeah, I think that. I mean, I love that movie so much.
Yeah, like I would put like Full Metal Jacket, The Killing, A Clockwork Orange, 2001, Barry Lyndon, and The Shining, all in like my favorite movie, like my favorite movies.
Mhm.
The Shining's up there for me too.
Even Eyes Wide Shut, like would probably be like a movie I consider in that too. Oh, and Paths of Glory, like that's how good that's how much I like Kubrick.
Oh, the Kirk
Yeah.
Douglas film.
Yeah,
He's in that, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's a good film. That's a good film. He's in Spartacus too, right? He's Spartacus, right?
I got the 4K, so I'll watch it this year, but that's like tough for next year. But that's like the last Kubrick movie I would see.
Well, are we done?
Did you guys see that new thing on Shudder from like Severin? It's like Christmas ghost stories or something like that, or like holiday ghost something, or holiday horror stories or something.
Nah, I didn't see it.
I mean either, but I was just like curious what it was. And I saw that
Ghost Stories for Christmas.
I forget what it's called. It's on Shudder. It just
dude, I have
a Severin thing.
I have the fucking UK import releases of both those volumes, volume 1 and 2 and stuff. So
there's two things. So there's like there's a bunch of old stuff from the 70s, like Christmas stories or ghost stories or something for Christmas, but then there's like something else that Severin, it's a new thing. It's like not old stuff. It's something.
There's a couple episodes on those sets that are actually more modern from the 2000s. So I
just mean like it's something that, just look it up real quick. Damn it.
Well, I'm telling you, man, all these individual stories like the ash tree and stuff are all.
Yeah, it's not, but it's not that. That's what I'm saying. It's something else from Severin.
Oh, from Severin.
Yeah, that's what I've been saying the whole time.
Anyways,
like something they produced. Hold on, I'll look it up real quick.
I'm just saying all these stories, a Ghost Story for Christmas. I have the DVD or the Blu-ray.
Yeah, so those are on there, and I thought those were cool looking. But
yeah,
the
story
is called the haunted season.
Yeah, they're doing that once every year. They're doing like a special and then putting it on. Yeah, that's cool.
Wait, are they? Is that what that is?
So I think if you read the description on there, so next year they're going to put out another one, and they'll just keep going on and on. So yeah, it's funny because these sets aren't really. I think there's 1 or 2 episodes that have to do with like Christmas or whatever, but they used to air these on Christmas Eve in the UK back in the 70s. So it was like one story every year. So these are compiled through like the 70s and like however long they aired for. It was only one episode.
I love that concept.
Yeah. Yeah. So I watched the Ash Tree for 75. When we did 75, right? Because that was 75. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I watched the Ash Tree.
Yeah. Yeah. So, which is it's not Christmas related, but I think there might be a Christmas related one somewhere.
Yeah. Well, like, that's one thing that I've always loved about like the Christmas like history is the idea that people shared ghost stories and scary stories like during the Christmas season, like around fireplace and shit. That's a cool concept of Christmas.
Right.
I'm excited to revisit Krampus. It's been a few years for me for Krampus, and I do have that Scream Factory 4K that they put out.
I actually grabbed that too. That's actually one of the 4Ks I grabbed because I
didn't have. Did they release Krampus on Blu-ray first?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so I don't think I ever picked up like the Blu-ray, so I was like okay with upgrading.
I have like a crappy Blu-ray, like an old like the studio
Probably the
one
when it came out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, looking forward to revisiting that one. It's been a few years for me on that.
Yeah,
maybe I'll finally get this 4K because, like, I honestly like don't actually really even like care for Krampus, but like if I'm gonna try it again, I'm watching the Naughty Cut on 4K.
Dude, Krampus is fucking awesome, man. It's so good, man.
Maybe I'll get this.
It's so good. That honestly, that movie has some of the best atmosphere I've ever seen in a film.
And like honestly, like thinking back, like I can't even really like think, but like I like nothing sticks out to me that like I don't like about it. So maybe.
And I think the ending's great for it too, man. The ending's awesome.
The ending is like really fucking fucking dark.
It's dark as fuck, and it's just amazing. Like, it's so cool because it makes sense. It's Krampus, right?
Do you like Better Watch Out, Tyler?
Yeah, Better Watch Out's cool. That's the one where it's like kind of like Home Alone with the babysitter.
Yeah.
Yeah, the two kids. Yeah, and it's got like the twist. Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen that a couple times.
Big fan of that one.
So me and the wife were rewatching that film, a week and a half ago or whatever, and I said, well, I'm not sure where this is going to be on JP's list. I'm thinking top 3. So I said to her. Because I know how much you love that film. But I mean, honestly, man, like, it was like Krampus. Like, when I first watched Krampus, I had a little bit of issues for it, and I rewatched and I just fell in love with it. Better Watch Out was the same thing. Like, still to this day, the ending still kind of makes me chuckle a little bit, but
I like how they got that guy in it. That's in Stranger Things that people were like losing the shit over, like because he was like ripped or something. Like the guy that got introduced in season 2, like the Russian kid or something.
I never watched Stranger Things.
Like there was like he was like the heartthrob of like the summer when like that came out, and it was funny. He plays like the piece of shit, like kind of like bum boyfriend that gets killed.
I honestly got like 4 episodes, maybe 3 episodes into Stranger Things season 2, and I couldn't.
It's for teenagers. I remember getting through the first season, thinking like, all right, that was cool, but this is nowhere near as cool as everyone's like making it out to be.
I honestly think the characters suck too, man. I'm just not a big fan.
Yeah, it's like, oh man, they're coming with another season. These kids are like drinking age now. Like this cow has been milked.
Yeah. Well, it's a good thing that. Oh, I can hear the wife giving the kid shit right now. I don't know if you guys can hear that, but he was just fucking banging the shit out of the floor upstairs. Oh, he's getting yelled at right now. Oh yeah, he's being an asshole. He always talking back to you. What a little shit. But yeah, I mean, that's probably going to conclude this episode. Holy shit. I thought this episode was going to be 2 hours long, and I think we had a 2-hour intro.
Yeah, that was a long episode. It's probably like 3.5, right?
But at least we got JP made us look stupid.
Yeah,
we're apparently dumb as fuck, even though JP is still dumb.
A lot of people are gonna like.
I think people are gonna be like, "Holy shit, we definitely thought the same thing Tyler Moodz thought," because it seems like it should be.
Yeah.
Right? It just does. It's just the way it is. But okay. Anyways, yeah, that was fun. Hall of Famer and a total shitball, in my opinion.
So next week will be the Christmas show. The week after will be the Christmas show.
Yeah. So we got we already named off the films, and then we got the top 10 show, which I'm super excited to do, man.
Yeah. I'm pretty the next day after work, I'll probably take down some eggnog.
Are we?
I should get some eggnog for that.
Are we having, like, who's on the top 10 show?
Of the end of the year?
No, the Christmas show.
I think Carly might do it with us.
Okay, because I see she's doing the 25 Days of Horror, and she's reviewing some random shit. It's good.
Yeah, so I think she might do it if she's available. And that's it. No other guests or anything.
Okay.
And then the end of the year, I think, is Dave and... Is Tony doing it now, or Mason?
It's Dave, Parker, Tony, and Mason.
That should be fun. Yeah. Mason did last year with us, right?
Yeah. The whole year, I guess, like, Tony thought Mason was doing it, and I thought Tony was doing it the whole year.
Me too. I thought
Tony was doing it too.
Yeah, and then it just became everybody's doing it.
Yeah, because I think that maybe they didn't realize Carly wasn't doing it this year.
Yeah,
Carly didn't do it last year either, though.
Yeah, Tony didn't think thought Carly was doing it. I think that was it.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there with the whole Tony. I was under the impression all year too that Tony was doing it.
Probably because he's been doing like the top 10s with us, so we just probably assumed like he did. He's doing 59 with us, right? He did 30 with 36 or whatever.
75.
Yeah. So
yeah. But either way, so we got a couple more top 10 shows. But again, we'll see you guys next week with the Christmas show. Silent Bites. What do we want?
Was it like
while you're sleeping?
The house or something?
He sees you when you're sleeping.
Dude, there's literally like they're gonna run out of the fucking like.
I know. There's so many movies. You forget the titles, and of course, Santa Claus, or not Santa Claus, but the Jack Black film, whatever.
Yeah.
Dear Santa.
Dear Santa, that's what it is. But the narrative sounds fucking funny as hell.
Likeable.
All right, guys, that's 276 Stephen King Volume Dukes. We are getting the fuck out of here because it's probably pretty late for those guys. Almost 1 in the morning for you guys. So,
yeah.
All right, check you guys next week. Deuces. Yep.
Cool.
Dude, fuck, man. Like, Dreamcatcher? It's not good.
I was like surprised you guys were like so adamant that you wanted to do Dreamcatcher. I was like, all right.
Well, I hadn't seen it in so long, I couldn't really remember.
Well,
but
the funny thing
I knew it was snowy. So
the funny thing is we picked Dreamcatcher over fucking Storm of the Century because Storm of the Century's length, but at this point, it probably would have not been that much longer than it probably would have only been like 40 minutes longer.
We were only doing 2 movies too, so it's like, what did you even? Yeah,
but I legitimately love Storm of the Century. So
sometimes you gotta watch a movie that sucks, though, like remind you like movies suck sometimes.
Well, like I said, man,
I never wanted to be a show that only talked about good movies. I hate most shows out there only do that.
Because they're afraid to criticize things, man. They're afraid of what people might say to them.
I feel like a lot of people are afraid to criticize everything, like anything at all.
Yeah,
people are legitimately afraid of what people are going to say about. Oh, you don't like this fucking movie? You're a fucking idiot. Like, who cares? Like, we're not supposed to like everything. We're not all. We all have different tastes, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So why would we not talk about films all over the place? I'm going to talk about everything you like. That's fucking stupid. It's actually ludicrous to think like that.
Mm-hmm.
And it makes no fucking. Oh my god, she is still just hamming on him. He did something fucking bad right now.
Oh god.
Oh, she's just screaming at him.
Wild.
Yeah.
But what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I'm gonna watch some Christmas movies. So, or wait, no, I think it's 2024 time.
I'm probably just gonna throw on a Christmas movie tonight. I think
I'm probably gonna go to sleep because
I need to go fucking eat something. I haven't eaten.
Yeah, I'm definitely getting something to eat. I
haven't eaten in hours.
Pizza, frozen pizza or something.
All right, guys.
All right, later, dudes. Peace.
Deuces.
That's all, folks.